So an open development workshop, we're just about to start the Google Hangout in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, well, I need some help. So, that's still.
I'm tipping in that.
I need to sort out what I'm doing before Paris as well.
We put all your
I spoke the news to, Mel, I've been in the Netherlands, I've been out to damage.
He's reporting on Carol, so be careful what you say now.
Okay.
and I had a letter to HR.
Right,
So what happens?
that's sorted out.
Yeah.
Woo! That's good. Gonna park it out.
So whatever happens,
Oh, not so. It was a concern. Yeah, some additional. I'm meeting with, just a heads up, I'm meeting with the symbolism people in a week's time. And we're going to look at the vision that, because they want to, they don't understand. And the proposal that we have, but there is a proposal.
we got really good reviews on the thing. So hopefully it was not going to be the earliest was to happen.
Well, I kind of, hello, hi, hello. Your host.
Hello, I'm Steve.
Anyway, I was out.
So we'll see if we have your name matches here.
Matt is.
And do you have any
I kind of.
Exactly, that's what we thought as well.
Do you need the password as well?
No.
Yes.
I know.
Because actually the thing is, because I'm doing the thing, we are.
Yeah, there's.
I think
Get yourself comfortable, coffee and tea.
Yeah.
So no one else is trying to do it. There's a nice couch. People are already sort of doing it.
Although Mike is up at Sheffield today discussing with Neil Lawrence, who's here. I'd like to go to Pulse.
I would be nice to go to the public hall. You get to
I think he's still discussing it.
So Carol, we're keeping close to this, just say hello. You can say hello.
Hello, hi there.
Yes.
Morning. How are you? Good. There's Wi-Fi calls for those who don't have any room. Right, if you've got any room, I highly recommend it. Every time you do it, you have to log back in again. So try your own first. If it doesn't work, just come up and grab one of these. Of course, if you were our first speaker, you wouldn't want to be looking at your laptop anyway. going to try to use the 4 tables in the front, just because that way it's a saving. It can be picked up by the recording.
Yeah. People do the bad thing, sitting back and
Try to record it in YouTube. Some of the Apache guys can say, skip through it, pick up the little bits that are interesting.
sort of like really.
Yeah.
From station to station.
Yes, just right, actually. Go back tonight, or I think it's safe with you. It's not worth staying now. I don't think it's worth staying.
Well, I looked at the prices to get out of it. Well, I mentioned whatever, I don't.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's like started, it's like point to right.
Especially if you got family at home. You're usually gonna get up at 6:30 in the morning, so it's not.
Yeah, it's all the line for the classes by the express trains.
Kids keep it away at night, actually gets a good night's sleep.
Yeah.
She's in a hotel room
Yeah.
for a change. Okay.
Yes, yes, and so I was just like, well, so I think the Browns are trying to remember whether it's not a while. I say,
Remember your name several times.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely, yes.
Right, yes.
So, yes, yeah.
After waiting for that phase.
And then we have.
Yeah.
I'll be sort of dipping in and out of it because it's, the Horizon 2020 room are.
Right.
And also we're putting in the tutoring bid, so I have to do some of that, but I'm sure she should be putting in, and maybe UCL definitely, putting in a tutoring bid, I guess they are. Yeah, it's kind of, I just think it's fun.
I don't know that.
He's, what is it? And he's in computer science, and he is the computer science representative of EPS or something. So he's the most senior person you can get to in the academic world in order to be able to EPS or something. Just in case you ever need to do that.
Yeah, okay.
It's Anthony's your man.
Right.
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't have an account. Plus 2.
Yes. Yeah, arrival times. I was saying to you, minutes of the heads and the. We're going through ourselves.
Robert Stevens needs to talk to you about it.
Yes,
I was just going to know that.
because I still have
Oh,
Just
really?
a chart.
Oh,
The
gosh.
Danes have done-
Oh,
the
gosh.
Danes have done something which is totally totally.
I actually belong to do know what it's about.
Right.
So, and I kind of not noticed it's about.
Yeah, he said the Danes have made some majesty, which is totally.
When you do round tables, and I think you just go very, very fast. I just, or you want to. I kind of made,
I made a small introduction to the
I haven't done it here. If I can plug it into the computer. Ah, do we have a dongle? Because I didn't bring my dongle down. Anybody got a Mac dongle?
This might be the right one.
I need to do the project.
If you want to discuss, I email you around the show. Please publish it. You want me to project? Yeah, I can project. And you spread me in.
And we would have gone through the whole of this. Introduction.
Gracious, you were fast in your talk yesterday. It was fast. And the entire PhD in 15 minutes. Was, I think people were pinned against the wall at the end. Yeah, yeah. Alan's given some great questions.
Okay, shall we make a start? Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for coming and welcome to the first Taverna Open Development Workshop. I'm just going to go through some technicalities first before we move to the round table and before I can go to Carol. There is going to be a fire alarm test today at 2 o'clock, so don't be alarmed if you hear it. I need to tell you where the closest fire exits are, and okay, Alan is pointing. There is one over there. Yes.
Will there be lighting on the floor?
To point. But I think if we head back over the bridge back to the Kilburn building, I think Christian said that might be.
No, that's the wrong way out. You meant to take the IT, the stairs to the IT.
Just follow everybody
Follow
else.
everybody else.
We follow you.
The closest toilets are again behind you if you go down the stairs and then you turn around and walk down this corridor. But there are one in the other building over the bridge and then turn left through the flight of stairs. There is going to
follow us, it's really lost as well.
Yes, yes. So you just have to ask someone. There is going to be a dinner tonight at 6:30 Crowbar, and there is a URL in the agenda.
Which crowbar?
There is only one in Oxford
Oh,
Road.
Oh, Hampton Road.
Yes, there is, yes, in Oxford Road. The other one's closed, so. There is Wi-Fi available, and if you have EduRoam, you can use that as well. Hopefully everyone's got their username and passwords. If someone has got wireless access, they can get it here. Twitter hashtag is Taverna 2014. There is a Google handout URL shared somewhere.
Yes, it's streaming directly to
You got it through an email.
a YouTube video as well. So please let me know if you're not comfortable with that, because it's going to be for the world to see.
Great, team here.
So with any further ado, I suggest we go through the round table and round table introductions and expectations, and then we'll get over to Carol for a keynote.
Well, no. It's a chat. It's not a keynote.
Just compared to the rest of the talks here.
Shall we start from here? So Shil.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Sushil. I work in the University of Sheffield. I'm part of the project called WePH Share, and our interest in Taverna is that we use Taverna primarily for orchestrating our workflow. So we're interested in developing and contributing to the development platform that we're trying to build.
Okay. My name is Yasin Mohammed. I'm from the University of Leiden, so Leiden University Medical Center, actually it's for the hospital. We use Taverna mainly for the proteomics applications and cloud computing, high performance computing as well. We have Taverna as the front end for that. And I will show some slides.
Hello, my name is Tucci, and I'm also from Leiden University Medical Center, and we are at the same department, which is Center for Proteomics and Metabolomics. So I'm a bioinformatician, and I also mainly workflows for data analysis, proteomics data mainly.
I'm Kevin Vincent from UCL. I'm part of the UR Space Science Laboratory, and I was involved mainly with the atomic molecular and heliophysics projects, building workflows and plugins that are involved in this project.
I'm Casey Wilson-Craft, and I'm from Leiden University, but I was part of the Taverna team for a long time before that. And I use Taverna workflows to do data integration environment.
Okay, I am Dmitry, and I'm from Spain, from Barcelona Community Center, the National Institute of Bioinformatics. I'm software developer.
Do you work with Rosa?
Sorry?
Do you work with Rosa?
Actually, I work in the Barcelona Supercomputing Center, but it's the National Institute of Bioinformatics is the entity that supports bioinformatics research. So my degree is software engineering. Well, I also have a master's degree in bioinformatics. Support. I have plenty of time for different projects.
My name is Pinar. I'm a PhD student working on workflow problems. So I basically use Taverna. I use the workflow that the actual scientists have developed, and I try to collect data. Actually, I have used your workflow, so I just remember the name. So, and I also use the API to create problems and to generate problems and so on.
Shall we just quickly introduce the Taverna team, so you probably know us. So Carol is the head of my group. Stian, who is coordinating Google Hangouts. Shreem over there is our project manager. Ian. Hello. Alan. Christian. And Alex, myself. Donald, excuse me. Donald.
We're the server.
We are the server, yes. Sorry, no. And there are other people in our office who are not present at the moment, but joined. Stuart joined by and Alexandra Pavlik joined by Hangout. There is Robert Keynes as well, who will join later on. Matt, Niall,
I would say in Sweden it's Chadwick.
now is, yes, Sweden at the moment. Well, Finn, and that's it.
Do you remember who you work with, Alan?
It's hard, I'm trying to go through who sits where. Okay, so I'm going to hand over to Carol now.
Okay. So I'll see if this projection works for a start. Using tech. I also run a funny configuration, so you may see that I've got an Apple there, but it's running completely as a Windows 7 machine. So it's running boot camp, so this means sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. So, because I can't bear to use a Mac.
But still work.
There we are, that's it, that's all right.
That's the right thing.
That's the right
Just
thing,
a
just
bit strange effect, maybe have to reduce the resolution. Does that mean that you don't have right click on there anymore? Okay. The resolution of the presentation.
See that?
So here was the other one.
Sometimes calling it Apple, you can get lost.
Alan hasn't been able to ever work on the ticket balance. Slides off the projection.
No, it's just usually the worst one. It's about this, guys. Otherwise, we'll have to
Yes.
talk amongst ourselves for a bit.
Put it on the stick, we could leave it over
Yeah,
there.
I need to say.
Isn't that-
No, that's not a stick.
Okay, you have a good Well, and one spot in the street.
You would have got a stick? Do you?
You want to copy the camera slides, take on.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
Put it in there.
You just find a place to work.
I did it. Carol, some Carol machine has the problem. That's the small file.
That's not too big. So boot camp on Mac is really good unless you use really old projection stuff, which it doesn't work. So that's the first thing you've learned as a developer in the developer's workshop. But other than that, it's great. that, by the way. But thanks very much.
You check that it comes in the stream mode, right? It's not in the stream.
Not on the YouTube page.
But it's like a minute behind. You might have to-
Okay, so I'll just press on. So the agenda today is, I'm sure you all have had it. First of all, there's going to be an even shorter and more compressed, faster welcome from me. And I'm afraid I have to duck out at 11 o'clock in order to do some politics. Because my main job as director of the Taverna Migrant Project is to do politics. I don't actually get to do any development or indeed these days research. I just get to sit in committees and stuff. Then today I'm going to talk about the incubator activity. We have lunch and then we go through actual real developer stuff. So we've got some talks. Hopefully Gabriel will arrive from Westminster in order to be able to talk about workflow interoperability, which I think is going to be a very important thing for the future. And then we have this this dinner tonight, which I can come to the dinner tonight. Although some of you I know won't be able to come. And then tomorrow we have more technical stuff, particularly around Taverna 3, and some tutorials with code base and the servers, plugins. And Stuart will be coming in to talk about particularly a project called Seek. And I'll be referring to that in my introduction because, well, I'll show you briefly what my rough talk is about. So, when I was asked to give a sort of opening talk, here's my outline ramble. What I'm planning to do is just to say a few remarks on the past, like why did we start this in the first place, and some encouraging examples of use of Taverna, so that we're all getting enthused that there's a point to doing some development. Some selected developments with respect to Taverna that we've been doing over the last few years. But although I won't be going into technical details because the rest of the meeting is the technical details. And then some remarks on some associated products that we're largely not talking about in this developers workshop, which is really around Taverna. Notably my experiment, the catalogues, something called Seek, which is a data and model management system, and research objects. And then why we're moving much more into this open development approach. So to go back to the origins, and all these slides I'll of course make available. The reason we started this in the first place was because we were part of something called eScience program, which we now call computational science or scientific computing or data-driven science or data science, whichever thing is likely to get more money. This was really around the notion of supporting scientific collaborations, large-scale resource tools and results sharing, doing automated processing, accelerating discovery through improved productivity, scales and speeds, and particularly now, wasn't then, not back in 2000 when these slides first appeared, but now, reproducibility. Reproducibility of methods and results has become really critical because of so many, well, scandals associated with non-reproducible results, but also because you can't accelerate research without reproducibility. So back in the day, so we wrote the original grant in 2001. I'm sure some of you were still at school in 2001. Yes, you were, weren't you? I now feel very old. So in 2001, we wrote this grant in order to be able to solve this particular problem, which is our friends who were in bioinformatics had all these different data sets to stitch together that surface themselves primarily as websites, not web services, as websites, which they scraped with Perl scripts and point and clicked on. And the way that they did their workflows was they had a post-it note that said, do this, followed by that, followed by that. And that is how we did integrated bioinformatics in 2001. You can't imagine how this might not have scaled What basically the engine behind bioinformatics was rooms of PhD students just doing this over and over again, and it took months to do the most basic kind of integration activity. So that's what we thought, this is madness, and it's also a really good way of really boring a lot of PhD students. So we tried to do some automation. And in the original migrant project, by the way, Taverna, which was part of it, was one task in one work package. It was never expected to be the thing that would emerge. It was supposed to be a whole kind of data workbench. And actually, we ended up building a workflow system, because what we wanted to do was to use our IBM partners workflow system, which was Beeple. They never released it in time for us to actually do it, so we ended up doing our own. The second thing that's worth remembering why we did this is that we were dealing with our friends who were long-tail little science, which is PhD students sitting in the lab trying to reuse other people's resources from the EBI by NCBI. We started this as a bioinformatics activity. So these were self-organizing groups that were disconnected and distributed, and they were disconnected and independent of the resources they used. So they they weren't responsible for the data set, they were just trying to use them. And so we worked in the wild. And this is why Taverna is the way it is, because it was to do with, we didn't have much influence on the data or service suppliers, right? We weren't working in an enclave into a group. We were working in the wild. But then there's this other piece, which is the organized science, which is much more the sort of big organized groups, which are clubs of scientists that are organized and planned around in-house resources, which operate closed and well-behaved services and closed and well-behaved resources. This is much more like organized science. And this is a little bit more in the direction of the VPH project, for example, or Helio, where you know who the people are, you know what the data is, and you can have influence on how it should be prepared. Okay. So this spread was the spread that informed the design of Taverna. So what we tried to do at the beginning was say it was easy to incorporate off-the-shelf in the wild services, and we didn't force people to make their services well-behaved or have systematic interfaces that adhere to a common practice before they joined. And of course now it's a mixture of all of these different things. So Taverna is a data flow system primarily, because primarily what we were interested in is stitching together resources that were to do with data analytics. It's actually, and Pino will be able to expand on this in detail, but it's actually based on computational language calculus with a monad extension. I'm sure you're all very thrilled about that. Probably only see anything else, I don't know. It has simple control flows. It has iterations, so I have built-in iterations, because what we were trying to do was to make things simple. I'm not sure that was a good idea, but I know that's what we did. It was data type agnostic because of this wild idea, right? The reason it didn't fix what the data types would be is because we were dealing with unknown resources. But now we've migrated to sort of custom support for where we do know the structure of the resources. So, for example, virtual observatory tables is a version of Taverna for astronomy, which understands VO tables natively, for example. And it's also, because of this wildness, we wanted to orchestrate mixed steps, so it didn't force people into one, or the community into one set of services that had to be operated over. So it's very heterogeneous. So it's all sorts of command line tools and codes, certain REST web services, scripts like R, in workflow programming, because of course we didn't force any homogeneity over the resources that we were stitching together, and therefore we had to bring in that homogeneity in workflow programming in order to do, for example, identity mapping or format transformations. We could use all sorts of libraries that we put in right at the beginning, nested workflows. And as we've gone on, we originally started off with the idea of Taverna being an automated batch system, as it were, which was the fashion in those days because of the grid computing. But actually now we know that 90% of the workflows need interaction. So we've migrated towards interaction from users. And of course I could go on about more of this activity. Back in the day, it was all XML, now it's JSON. So we've kind of migrated in those directions as well. So what we ended up with was a pile of software, a large pile of software, because this project's been running since 2001. We did our first release of Taverna in 2004, when I suspect you were still at school. And were you still at school in 2004?
No.
Oh, you just left. Okay. So, huge. But you had to think about it, didn't you? Yeah, you only just left school. So it's been going a long time. So we've largely got activities in or infrastructure for the middleware, the actual runtime middleware, application facing, plugins, in order to be able to interact with the resources and the codes and the services and the platforms, the many heterogeneous platforms that Taverna runs on. And then we've got repositories and registries. And so what we've ended up with is a lot of software in order to be able to deal with this. We also started off the project as a bioinformatics project, but we made the decision to be agnostic about the domain. And that was wise because one way of being able to draw multiple kinds of applications of Taverna, which was very important at the time because of our funding source was about building infrastructure that was across different scientific domains. So we had to be very flexible about the infrastructures and the services that we were dealing with, and it also meant that we had many income streams in order to be able to develop the products. So I'm going to run through, well, you know this, right? I'm going to talk about these in a little bit more detail later, but we run over multiple different codes, different infrastructures like grids, infrastructures. We were very early with web services. So we were the first, possibly the only UK e-science program in 2001 who didn't say grid, despite the fact we have the word migrid in our title. Right? The only thing good about migrid project was the title. That was it. But it was all web services originally, or it still is, actually, quite a lot of web services, but extended. Plugin architecture that we'll go into more detail later. A whole bunch of runtime middleware and these interfaces at the top. So, but that's a kind of layer cake view. That's a traditional view. There's also the deployment view, which says things that you use to design your workflows, things that you use to discover and catalog your workflows and the services that those workflows operate over, and things that you use to execute and record what you executed of the workflows. That's another way of looking at it. And we'll look at some of these examples later. Another way of looking at it, which I'm increasingly using, is as a life cycle view, which is when we do research, we have the research cycle, and we also have the reporting cycle. And the research cycle is largely make it up as you go along, which is the hacking stage of research. And then the production stage of research was, we've decided what we're going to do now, and now we just need to scale it out. And this affects the tooling. And this is why there's been quite a shift in the tooling in Taverna. So this, when we originally started, we were working very closely with researchers who were using the workbench and were exploring and building workflows and then trying them out and then producing some results. But there was a very close connection between the person who designed the workflows and the person who would be using the workflows for the science. It was the same person. right? That was that closer connection. But now it's kind of that was in the early days. That was 15 years ago, before when workflows were incredibly novel. Now there's this kind of notion of, yes, you want to explore the workflows, but then you make workflows for other people to go into production. Once you have sort of, particularly those that are, for example, data cleaning workflows or data processing workflows, not necessarily the knowledge discovery informatics, the sort of thing you do at Leiden, but if you're going to be doing sort of large-scale data cleaning of biodiversity data, then we need production workflows and somebody else does. So you have tools that allow you to do development workflows, and you have tools that you use to harden them and deploy them into other tools, into other platforms. Once you build them, they become components, workflow components. And so we have different repositories we have my experiment repository for workflows when you're doing this kind of experimental activity, having versions of workflows you can share them amongst your friends. And then the notion of portals, where this is the fixed view workflows that you've decided in your group that you're going to be using in order to be able to run multiple passes over data collections or to run parameter sweeps over a simulation, for example, and they may be held in a portal that people have access to. The second thing is reporting, because research is 50% doing research and 50% telling everybody about it. Otherwise, there's no point in doing it. You might as well just lock the door and not bother. So this reporting aspect means putting things into the results into publications, the results into data sharing platforms, the results into notebooks. And so that's something else we've been pursuing. And this is a kind of sketch of the workflow landscape at the moment. Which says, this basically says that workflows largely fall into these kind of quadrants. They're the generalist ones that are actually agnostic about the science that they're trying to do, and then there are specialist ones. They're quite, there's a lot of customized services and capabilities associated with them. And then there's those that are interested particularly in orchestrating around applications, data sets, tools, particular kinds of services, and those that are very strongly focused around infrastructure. So, for example, coordinating the jobs that are allocated to a cluster of computers in order to be able to multiply parallelize an execution. So Pegasus would fall into that class, perhaps P-grade even. And it's all very blended, right? So cycle is, anybody know what cycle is? Well, apart from me. Cycle is the very specialist, one thing only workflow system for climate modeling. So if you want to do climate modeling, you use cycle. You can't use it for anything else. But that doesn't matter, because climate modeling is huge. So that's climate modeling. Rapid Miner is a general data mining platform. It's commercial platform. Okay, so there's some encouragement. So that gives you some context about why did it go like this? What was in their heads when they were doing this? That gives an explanation a little bit anyway. So we have, did anybody use this platform? So apart from our friends that we originally built it for, the answer was yes. So we released the software in 2004, Taverna 1 in 2004, and people did use it and still do use it. So here is the sort of selection of projects, and it's particularly, you'll notice the word data appears a lot. It's a data flow system. So there's examples of data cleaning, data movement, data retrieval, data analytics, data mining, data curating, but of late, particularly running parameter sweeps over simulations is another aspect. So you set up a particular simulation, then you want to sweep it over a series of data sets or as a series of configured parameters. So I was going to give a few little examples to encourage everybody. Oh, yeah. So this was taken yesterday, I think, yes, or the day before yesterday, from a website that Alan has produced. So, well, this is a live, this is a snapshot of a live thing. And, well, when Taverna boots up, it kind of dials home to find out if there are updates or not. And we don't know other than the IP address and that it's dialed home. And so this was, at this moment, a snapshot of who was actually using Taverna, because it had just dialed home. It's quite interesting. So you can see, so don't worry, we can't find you or anything like that. It's, I have to say, who on earth is doing this in Ethiopia? There's a lot.
I think it probably isn't actually Ethiopia. It's somewhere, it's Africa.
It's somewhere in Africa, right. So Africa is quite interesting. South Africa, I'm not surprised because we know some colleagues there. Australia is quite interesting. Russia, I think we can probably guess who's doing it in Russia, maybe.
Yes, Moscow and Novosibirsk.
Big lump in this is quite late actually, so this was quite late in Europe and the United States. We've got a little bit of a gang going on in South America. Anyway, this gives you some idea of, because you sometimes wonder, is anybody using this? And then you can go, oh yeah, this minute, these are the ones who are using it, so it's being used. So that's encouraging. I won't go into the details here because you will know how fast workflows, how things can speed up. So, so here's some examples. We used Taverna in the CA Big project in the States, which Alex and Stian worked on, which was to link the CA Big infrastructure, which is a large-scale kind of grid-based infrastructure. It worked with another workflow system called Gene Pattern, and it did interval prediction. Now, this is actually one of the few things that actually came out of CA Big that worked. So CA Big, I probably shouldn't say this on the tape, was a $200 million investment by the National Institute of Health, which didn't actually produce it. But we kind of, 2 men and a dog did actually produce some results. So, and that's because the CA Big project wanted everything fixed. There would be one type system for the whole of biology and life sciences, and everybody would adhere to it, and all the infrastructure would adhere to these common data elements. And so you spend all your time making sure that your infrastructure fitted, and guess what? So it's completely the opposite of Taverna, which was a bit more. Taverna expected the world to be scruffy, right? This is a knowledge discovery framework, transcriptomic and transcriptome and pathway analysis that's done in Sheffield, but in not the same group as the VPH group. These are recent papers. Heliophysics we have represented here, so there'll be some separate presentation about heliophysics. VPH share, which we also have represented here, which I'm very pleased about because I can never really explain this properly. I've got some other slides that will tell me about anaerobic morphology. But this is a different kind of processing, whereas the transcriptomics is to do with largely linking together data sets. This one is more to do with simulations. So there's different kinds of workflows that are operating. This, the SCAPE project, which Donald has worked on for a number of years, is about long-term preservation of digital data. This is a digital libraries project with international libraries across Europe. And they have processes to observe and watch the preservation status of things like newspapers and books and other digital records of data. So when formats become fall out of favour, or they have to do some reprocessing, they have this automated preservation plans And these preservation plans are executed automatically by Taverna. And so this can be explained to you by Dom if you want. But it's in the digital library, it's in the humanities world, not in the science world. It's quite interesting. Ecological niche modelling, this is something that Alan's been particularly working on with Rob, which is in part of a project called BioVel, which is looking at how to do exploratory modelling of observation data, or stitching together and cleaning observation data of animals, organisms, and then being able to do simulations or kind of predictive models in order to be able to predict the migration of species or their particular likelihood of continuing to exist in the environment that they are. So it's kind of, there's an exploratory modelling stage, and then there's a deep modelling stage using third-party modelling tools. These are largely in Brazil, actually, the modelling tools. Visualization tools held in Germany, local data, your own observation data, and public observation data sets as well. So again, this is data discovery, then assembly and cleaning, then the modelling, then statistical analysis, and these workflows develop one organism and then apply to multiple other organisms. So Alan can tell you all about the likelihood of various different crabs surviving in the Baltic, and bees and moths in Sweden. Is it Sweden or Finland? Finland, isn't it? Finland is the moths. So these are all examples of Taverna really being used for different kinds of systems. So now I just wanted to quickly, over the next 5 minutes, kind of talk about some specific things we've been working on, given this background in the core Taverna team. The first is this observation of different interfaces for different communities. So we started off with this workbench, but the workbench, which you'll be familiar with as Taverna developers, is really a workflow design. You really know what you're doing with workbench. You know your hands are right on the software. It's right on the services that you're assembling. And so you need to be quite computationally savvy to be able to use it. The other end is the domain scientist, who basically, in fact, my favourite interface was built for a company called Ecogenomics, and it had a big button that said press here. Yeah, that was it. And then the data came up. Ooh. It was a very specific workflow, but that's all they wanted was press button, ooh, result. Presumably the next idea will be don't even press the button. So that's completely at the other end. But you don't even want to know that some miracle has ensued, a workflow has operated, but there's some results have occurred. And then there's a whole set of interfaces in between. So this is from a slide from the BioVel project, and we had sort of domain scientists, but we had people who were scientists who were called pals, they were friends of the project, who kind of bridged a bit between what the domain scientists who didn't want to have anything to do with infrastructure and the technical people who really knew a lot about the infrastructure, and all in between. So a technically savvy scientist, for example, could be really familiar with R, which is the scripting. And so the workflow visibility ranges. So this means we spent quite a lot of work in the last few years working on parts of the Taverna family in order to be able to support this spectrum. So this is the portal for BioVel, which is, so here's the button, ecological niche modelling. I'm going to do some ecological niche modelling. And it will get up the workflows, it will steer you to fill out from the workflows, to fill out various different parameters because you want to do a data sweep over a particular ecological model. It puts up the results in the interface. You can download the results as a spreadsheet, you can upload the results as a spreadsheet, this kind of thing. So it's all web-based. You don't see any Taverna. All you see is forms, webs, and spreadsheet examples. To do that, we of course needed the server, because you couldn't run it on your local, and anyway, you can't scale things on your local desktop. And I know later on you'll be talking quite a lot about the server, but we also need something called a player. And a player embeds workflows into a web page. Into, for example, those web pages that I just showed you, into Ruby on Rails applications, which is what the BioVille portal is based upon. It supports scalability, so it handles things like job queuing, so that if it knows how many servers are going, it can handle how many workflows go to it, and can run them in parallel. It has a web service REST interface, it manages input provenance runs, and so on. And so this is important, this Taverna player is important, because if you've built the workflow using the workbench, you can export the workflow using the server into another application. And I think that's an important multiplier. So here's an example of the Taverna player being put into a third-party product called Scratchpads, which is a web-based kind of content management system, very specialist for taxonomists, developed by the Natural History Museum. If you want to hear about all about Scratchpad, ask Alan or ask Rob when it comes. This is workflows embedded into the Swedish Lifewatch website, which is all graphs, it's all pictures, because that's what the biodiversity people want to see. It's the spread of things over the geography, the movement of animals over the organisms over the geography. We don't want to see workflows. There's also, remember I said we want to do the reporting, so we want to also report what we do, and so we've also been doing some work with IPython and the IPython notebook system. Who uses IPython notebook? Apart from us. It's the Lord's work. It's an interactive environment, originally developed for Python, but actually now extended to use all sorts of other programming environments, and you can have interactive notebooks. So you can have your description about what you're doing, and then the actual code that you need to run, you run it, and the results can go back into the notebook, and you can distribute these as active notebooks, interactive notebooks. So you can imagine you have a description of as a lab notebook. This is what I'm trying to do. Here's my workflow. I can run it from that notebook. I could rerun it from that notebook and see different results. And we've incorporated Taverna into IPython notebooks. And Alan again can talk to you all about that. So this is all to do with pushing the workflows into other things. That's been a big push of the Taverna team. And along that line about pushing the workflows into other places, we assembled an entire kind of platform of Taverna application, as it were, for this biodiversity project, the ones I was just showing you about the portal. It has lots of workflows, it has this portal environment for you to be able to run the workflows. It uses a lot of R, so a lot of the statistics in the different workflows around ecological niche modeling or metagenomics and so on, use R. We use OpenRefine, which is the online kind of in the browser spreadsheet cleaning, data cleaning tool using spreadsheets. There are all these kinds of other infrastructures which we package up into one package with an Amazon machine image or an EGI virtual appliance if you have to use the EGI platform, if you're perhaps from the grid community, and so that you can stand up in that and it comes out of the box. So this is all to do with porting, not just the Taverna desktop workbench, but porting the entire infrastructure and then standing up as a laboratory with the portal, with workflows, with the servers, with all the associated servers like an R server and so on, in order to be able to run those workflows. And so we've also been experimenting with packaging systems, for example, like Docker,
in order to be able to support that. So this is all about pushing things out. And then we've also got interaction. We've also incorporated an interaction service. So as part of this workflow, this biodiversity workflow, where we were selecting various different layers in order to be able to do the simulation. So you're selecting different parameters and different ways of setting up the workflow. That's an interaction. The workflow has to interact with the person. And so we have this interaction service so that a user can interact with that workflow where, from the web. So because the server needs to know that there's an interaction expected. And I think later on there's some discussion about that. So that's all about, you've made the workflows, let's put them out into other systems. There's also making the workflows. So one of the things we've also been working on is customizing the Taverna workbench. So you have the workbench that you get with biggest screenshot. Maybe this is a better one. When you use the biodiversity version of Taverna Workbench, you get just biodiversity services. You don't get astronomy services. You don't get bioinformatics services. You don't get virtual physiological human services. You get biodiversity services. So you can end up with a whole series of different theme specialist workbenches, and you can also ship them with this kind of your application, the VPH in a box, as it were, or the heliophysics in a box, or the biodiversity platform in a box. So you get a specialist Taverna workbench. So with the Taverna workbench, we've been working on these customized domain-specific workbenches. We have this interaction service that we'll go into later on. We've got some specialist service support, which the team will go into later on as well, with things like Waddle and JSON and all that kind of stuff. But we've also been working on something called components. And this is the last bit about the Taverna bit. So one of the problems that we faced by saying we will operate in the wild, where we don't have control over the services, the data sets, the steps that we can, the third party steps, is that they are heterogeneous. So if you're working just in a closed world in-house, you can be as well behaved as you like, and it's very easy then to plug things together. But if you don't, then you have to make things plug together. And so you'll all be familiar with shim services, the things that the little bits you have to put into a workflow in order to be able to do a format transformation or something like that. Lots of little bean shell scripts that you end up writing. Well, what we wanted to do was to be more systematic about that. So we've introduced the notion of components, because otherwise you get these very complex workflows that are really, it's hard to see the wood for the trees, because you can't tell what is just the formatting bit, what is the real piece of real functionality. So the components are well described, well behaved, modularized pieces of workflow with descriptions, with proper formats, input and output, with proper provenance management, so that you make your workflows out of these components, and they're like sub-workflows. And so if they have to be altered because something happens, changes in a third-party remote service, you just change it in the component, and you don't make a mess of the bigger work. So these are those. So this is what these are called, components. We call them components. And here's a set of components that were developed for the ecological niche modeling workflows. And so you can mix and match these, right? So you could just use them as blocks. They're black boxes at the next level up. They're called nodes in 9 workflows. So it means you can go from this workflow to this workflow, because this is the workflow with all of the different sub-workflow, all the components exposed. And this is what it looks like when you just use components. And it's a lot easier to see what the heck you're doing. Right? So it's the traditional programming, scoping, folks. It's just programming. So developers will see this as modularization. Of course it is. So we've adapted the workbench to make these components, and we've adapted my experiment to be able to store these components. Now we just need people to use them. Right? That's easy said and done. And then there's Scape have been using them a lot, and Bioville has been using them, but now we're telling you about them. So great, there's some people using them. Yay! Now we need more people to use them. And then there's third-party applications using, so for example, Taverna Online, which we'll hear about later on from Vadim, is a different kind of interface for making workflows for Taverna. So you don't need to use the workbench. And this is really helped by components, because this is a web-based tool. And if you've got components, then you can work at a different level of abstraction in your workflow. And so you don't have to deal with all the nitty-gritty that's been done before, and you're then just using these in another interface to do workflow assembly, say, in a browser. So you're kind of moving along that spectrum to different set of users able to make those workflows. I won't go into these details because there's going to be loads of stuff later on by Stian. And this is just a summary that says, this is where I think workflow management systems are going, that embedding workflow management systems will disappear from people's use. There'll be infrastructure. They're like programming. You don't see program anymore. You see just the results of the program. So it'll become like apps. Right? And the emphasis on workflows will be much more into putting things into reporting, getting credit for workflows, easier development and easier experience, pluggability. And so it's kind of the era of just focusing on the workflow system itself is going. That's just infrastructure now. Now the era is into how can I make it disappear into the infrastructures that I already use. That's what I think is going to happen. A few, so a few other words about the other systems. Biocatalog and Biodiversity Catalog are two of the catalogs that we run for web services that are integrated with Taverna, finding web services. And these are thriving. There is a service called the Service Catalogographer, which I can't pronounce, which is a generic infrastructure for building catalogs, web service catalogs. So these are thriving. And these have categories for you to be able to search for web services, various different tags and so on. I won't go into the details. Alex can tell you all about these. Where's Alex? There she is at the back. She runs this. She's also been developing, along with Niall, a catalogue curation maturity model based on how mature the web services are and how well annotated they are. So at the bottom of my kind of vision about where workflow management systems are going, the biggest problem with workflow management systems is the things that they work over, like the platform that they actually live on, the reliability of the computational infrastructure that they're operating over, like a grid or a cloud service or server, and the things that they are executing. And if you completely own them, then you can control them. If you don't, they become very unstable. Right, so this is work that she's been doing with others on how to check whether the services that you're using are sensible. We've also had for a long time my experiment, which we've had since 2007, which is a workflow sharing environment, and we developed at the beginning time this notion of packs. So you could group together workflows into packs. You could put workflows and files and presentations together as packs, as a unit, as an object that you're able to share and exchange. You can now, in my experiment, have this kind of skinned subparts of my experiment. So the biodiversity project has a skinned area for their workflows, and this is where you can share different versions of workflows, but you can also publish workflows if you want. In fact, what we're kind of pioneering a bit more these days is that as you make the workflows, you share them amongst your community, you kind of, as you're versioning them within your kind of development group, but then you might publish them to a third party portal or something like that. I'm going to tell them I'm going to be a bit late. So we also have now finally a contract with DataSite, so we can now allocate DOIs to workflows. So you can include workflows in your papers. I'll share these slides, but Pinar has done an analysis of workflows in my experiment, not just Taverna workflows, because my experiment holds all sorts of workflows, Galaxy workflows, WIMS, BIS Trails, Kepler workflows, and she can tell you what's the proportion of workflows where. We also worked on a project to do with workflow decay. So how do you package together, preserve workflows so that after you've made them and you've stored them, that they can still reuse them? Because most of them you can't. They just become descriptions unless you manage the environment. It's to do with the environment that they are operating over, because that changes, unless you completely control it so that it doesn't alter. But if you use third-party resources, the chances are that your workflows will eventually decline because those third-party resources disappear. So we've been working on that in a project called Workflow Forever, which is like, how do I do preservations of workflows, which Liza was very involved in. And that led to a whole activity called research objects. And research objects is a systematic way of bundling and relating the components of a digital experiment, for example, workflow, so that you're able to describe it so that you might be able to understand what it was doing, re-execute it, or if you can't re-execute it because that environment is gone, repair it, or at least look at it to understand what happened. And I won't go into the details about this, but this is really taking off. So this notion of describing components of research and linking them together is now fundamental to the National Institute of Health's Data Commons program that they've just started funding, which they're putting in $100 million into its first year. So they're serious about this. And it talks entirely about research objects. What it talks about. And practically every publisher is going along these lines. So the idea of you have not just your paper, but you have the data associated with it and the software, like the workflow associated with it, in a bundle of some sort. Elsevier are just about to announce something along these lines. Faculty of 1000 have announced something. PLOS have just gone into a data citation arrangement with Data One. It's a min. There's an example of us doing it with Giga Science Journal. If you want details about how to turn a workflow into a research object, Stian is your man, because he's been doing work particularly on how the research object model supports workflows, and also Matt, who's here, may be able to pop in as well, has also been looking at how you might, for example, use Docker as a packaging system, how you represent the Docker manifest as a research object description. And there's infrastructure available for that. So checklists that can check whether your workflow is actually going to be reproducible or not. And Stian can also talk about how he's used research objects, this research object model, in order to be able to bundle together run provenance, the inputs and outputs of a workflow, annotations associated with that workflow, so that we can put them into repositories, and we can put them into these lab books and file stores. So we can talk to you about that. And Pinar will later on talk about how she's been trying to deal with the fact that a provenance trace of a workflow results in such a detailed provenance trace you can't tell what the hell it's doing anymore. And she's going to tell you how to improve on that situation, aren't you, Pinar? Yes. Okay. So what's the prospects? So I'm at the end now. Just as well, because I've been shouted at by a guy in Sweden. Well, the prospects of all this work, and there's a lot of stuff here, guys. There's a lot of stuff. The prospects for the registries and the repositories is very good. It is really that this whole notion of reproducibility has pushed the agenda about storing, preserving, describing, sharing the outcomes of research. It's a big topic. The funders are excited about it, the journals are excited about it. It's all to do with how do I accelerate the sharing of research and accelerate the reproducibility of research. And now, you know, there's going to be diktats, particularly sort of in some of the Elsevier journals, about you have to put your software in, not just your data, in order to be able to get your paper accepted. And we have underpinning platforms. So my experiment is migrating to a platform called the Seek platform. The portal that I showed you from the Biodiversity Project is based on something like this Seek platform. The catalogues that I showed you are also based on components of this platform, and this platform is heavily funded. So it's been funded over a 5-year program, all about data sharing, model sharing, workflow sharing. It's called FAIRDom, and Katie is our Dutch representative of the FAIRDom project. So if you, and I think Stuart's going to talk about the Seek project tomorrow. The prospects for Taverna, we're now really pushing the notion of Taverna becoming not just an open source software project, but an open development project, not just for plugins, but actually in the core development. Because at the moment, it's easier to get funding for the core activities around data and model management than it is about the infrastructure for executing. And it's just because that's the way the kind of funding cycle is operating at the moment. So we also, although we put lots of applications in, of course, but we wanted to broaden this out, this development activity, particularly around Taverna, but across all of our products. So this tells you what we've been doing in the last few years. So in 2001 to 2006, when you were just leaving school, we did a lot of science engagement, lots of computer science research, and some software engineering. And then from 2006 onwards, we've been doing loads of science and delivery support, lots of software engineering, because most of the people here are software engineers. So all the people that we were introduced from the Taverna team are software engineers. They're not researchers, but we're in a research group. As it were, university. So we're doing less computer science research. So it's kind of veered in this other direction. And we're also been working hard on the technological debt issue, which I'm sure you're all familiar with, where you have something that you need to really rework on. You go through the valley of despair, constantly reworking it until you emerge with something that is reusable and can be shared with others, and which becomes awesome. But we've spent a lot of time in the last few years doing this bit, particularly with Taverna 3. Right? This is where Taverna 3 has been for a while, and it's now just hopefully emerging into the peak of awesomeness as opposed to the valley of despair. It's taken a long time because we've had to do a lot of technological debt or technology debt work. So to conclude, Taverna has gone through a series of phases. We went to the prototype phase and creating stage, the consolidating it and making it production quality phase, which we were heavily funded through an infrastructure program. And now it's been going through this sustain and evolve phase since about 2010. And now we're putting it into this incubator, into this much more open development phase, because we've emerged out of that technological debt, all of this different kinds of infrastructure delivered by the core into Taverna 3, and it's ready to then have other people working on it. So, so this is it. So this is why you're here, because we've had this core team. We will retain a core team through clever shenanigans of budgets that between me and Shoaib, but the core team is largely funded to do data management, model management, research objects, this kind of thing, and we're kind of skimming off the core team to support the Taverna activity. So we won't have, at least initially, a core, such a strong, dedicated core team to Taverna. It can be more of an additionality activity until we get the next sort of funds through. And those of you who've been keeping an eye on the funds know that in Horizon 2020, there's been this big gap of funding, and that's where we're at. So that's why we're here for you guys, is because you're our friends that we collaborate with, or our known acquaintances who can help contribute to this. Okay, and here's some pictures, go back to the ARC, of various different people who've been involved in the project. So, so that's kind of what I just wanted to say. Is it kind of, I don't know if that was helpful, just got you warmed up, might explain where we're at, what we've been doing, and why some of the things that are being presented today are being presented. Okay, any questions before I get shouted at even more by these Swedes? Any thoughts? All these slides will be made available because there's quite a lot of material on them. I was doing them while my hair was being coloured last night. The ideal time to wrap the slides. Okay, it's all clear as mud. Excellent. Okay, so I'm now being shouted at to definitely do this, and I'll be around for the rest of. I'll be coming in later on, and I'll see you soon. Okay, thank you. Hello, everybody say hello to these guys. Hello. I'm just leaving the room. Thanks very much.
Just a reminder that there's coffee available.
Yeah, we can have it only this.
I will get the drink first. I don't know. There's fish there. There's no
Yes.
So just do it to the slant.
No, it's good.
Are you doing?
I made a presentation for
It would be best to use one, because then it can go into the stream, because then it would be
if you're going to demo things online, it's better than
Yeah, he might be able to speak to possibly with so it's a coffee break before we continue.
When someone's jumping in there, I'm not coming there, but I'm jumping in and having a read. I intentionally worded it vaguely, like because to bird works up in Manchester, so that you could jump in either way. Yeah, I can answer Steve's and he can't read that. I can't answer. Oh, yeah. Other form of practice.
All right, what's up?
Yeah, fine. 3 minutes and all that. Some samples.
Yeah, you represented
Well, no, but it's interesting.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
it's interesting.
Well, I mean, the thing is, I made some changes. In the old system, I was creating things on the
I'm happy you
fly.
came as well.
Yeah, I'm happy also that managed to provide.
So, creating where you're adding all,
That's some few
a
problems
bunch
that
of
they reaching
string
there for.
concatenations to create query on the fly.
The car
Where
burning in the
in
tunnel.
new system,
So it's just,
I have the space,
nice
because it's
so
one URL, if you just search it for one URL, it's a query. So for each lens, I store a query. First time I use the lens, I store the query.
I'm very, very curious about
It's
everything that you are going
it's
to
a
do
cache,
here.
parameter, it's a cache
Also some
tree.
slides as well about
So then you just parameterize the query and back, so that's.
Really?
Yeah.
Good.
I think,
I think I don't want to preempt the next session.
Yeah, so it was like, oh, just 100,000 query and JB, so it's like, okay.
I'm sure it does, I'm sure it does.
No, that's great.
Brace yourself that keep 1992 good and take me down, we'll have to keep it running. It's not a problem, I've got 4, so I think I've got 4 or 5, so. You don't have. Yes.
Yes,
Just keep this for 2 days. There's not many ports of it, you can, HTTP, you can. Unless you need.
strategic.
Yeah, GBL, we should do GBL website. Okay.
What different reason?
Okay. So we'll continue our talk. This is a project manager, by the way, you see.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I need to prepare something for us. No. Okay, for our stupid virtual.
No.
There'll be more time for lunch in an hour. Is it in an hour, Christian? Just one. So I'll
Yes.
yes.
One thing that was bringing to you.
We'll start whenever we're finished. So I'll talk about Taverna as moving into as an Apache incubated project. As you might know, I'm one of the developers here in Manchester of Taverna and many other things. I'll start by giving a brief history of Taverna. I mean, Carol's already given you from the overview. I want to do it a bit more from the kind of code view, just so you kind of get an understanding of how it has developed. Now, there might be lots of mistakes in what I'm saying, like when I say 2003, it might be 2005, because it's just a little brief look through the source code history. But anyway, so
If you have questions, just.
yes, especially in this session, since it's about changes to the project, I would like you all to just jump in at the point with any questions. It could be practical questions, or you're just wondering how something's going to be, and so on. So, as we started in 2001 with creating a workbench, that was kind of the initial goal, and particularly targeting bioinformaticians. And the first releases came out, they reflected that. 2003 was the very first beta release of the Scaffold workbench, and by 2005 we managed to go to more stable version 1. And this is all running workflows in a graphical workbench, but based on a free-flow engine that was independent from the workbench. And basically, the workbench was developed in Manchester and the engine in Southampton, I think it was. And basically, we were still doing open source back then. Basically, infrastructure you would get from the internet back then was not quite what we have today, but you had source code, so we had source code in CVS. That we moved from our own little servers here and up to SourceForge. From 2006, we moved into much more of a prototype, making Taverna into a product. So making installers, making documentation, making sure there's a command line tool, and making it easy to add plugins. We had a plugin system, and we had the first prototype for a Taverna server where you can run workflows remotely. And we started work on changing the engine because we had not really that much control of the engine. It was not quite fit for what we wanted to do. So we started with the Taverna 2 engine. And by version 1.7 of Taverna, we actually included a way to execute workflows either in the old or the new engine. And so, with a bit of overlap, we started development of Taverna 2 as a new kind of a new code base, because we're changing all the underlying models of how we structure the workflows, and with a slightly different semantics, but retaining the basic way of designing it didn't change that much. So version 2.0 was the first release using the new engine wholly through the code base. We had to basically re-implement most of the workbench because we had different objects to connect to underneath, basically. So, I mean, it's fair to say version 2.0 wasn't really production grade. So, but by version 2.1, 1.1, we had stabilized all those changes that we had introduced, and now we really see all these plugins coming in. People started taking Taverna and they started making their own plugins to customize it with their project, with their services, and we could really see people using the Taverna as a basis for their own work. By 2.2, we're in 2010 now, we have the Taverna server coming in, the first instances, and we have Ruby clients are talking to it, and but by this we're starting to incorporate several of these plugins into Taverna as well. So we have started having like REST support we added in, and so on. But 2013, 2014, we realized this kind of split by domain that Carol mentioned. So we want to be able to have a more of a choice of what you get. I mean, you have the capability to install plugins. For many domains, they want their plugins to be pre-installed, and I didn't want the bioinformatics things to be installed because not everyone is a bioinformatics. And basically, we've seen a change in user base from the large chunk of bioinformatics, which now is more like about 50% of the use of Taverna, and much more growth is in all these other domains, astronomy, biodiversity, digital libraries. And so we made domain-specific editions of these, which really wasn't that hard to do because it's basically just a pre-installed set of plugins and a few changes of preferences, like which service catalog to use. We also started to move to how software development is done these days. And we have yeah, go ahead.
So what about Taverna 2.3?
Sorry, well, I didn't list all the versions there because 2.3 was mainly bug fixes and the odd new activity. So I listed mainly the milestones in there. Now, while we've been doing this, we have identified some issues. Now, we saw these plugins coming along, but we realized our plugin system is a bit too strict on version. Because basically, when we made a new Taverna release, all the old plugins people made didn't work anymore. I mean, technically they would work, but they claimed they wouldn't work because Taverna would insist on following the exact dependencies that they said. So if they said, I need Taverna 2.2, like support libraries, but you actually registered in 2.3, our plugin system was a bit too kind and started downloading Taverna 2.2 as support libraries, but basically then it wouldn't appear on the screen because we would be trying to connect to the Taverna 2.2 workbench, which wasn't showing on the screen. So basically, lessons learned, do not write your own plugin system. Back in the days, we kind of had to do it. These days, it's a bit easier. I'm shaking his head because we moved Hosky, which did kind of exist then, but not as a plugin system. So basically, we didn't like losing these plugins because that was basically an ecosystem around Taverna that is, and it is, it's kind of disconnecting those users. Either they will be forced to just change the versions and keep updating the plugins, or they will be locked onto a certain version of Taverna. And for us to have to debug this plugin system, the deal about making your own class loaders in Java, it's quite hardcore actually, I must admit. It is tricky to get it right. When it does work, we're kind of like, woo, it worked. So that's not really the core work that we should be doing. We want to move away from that. Because we found that the way we have structured our code and in order to support this plugin system meant that for us to make a release was quite a lot of work. Because we have to be very nitty-picky about all these version numbers all over the place. That means we took several weeks of testing and preparing for every major release of Taverna. And that means it's a long gap between each release. So, I mean, in a way it's good because then the plugins get working, but it also meant that it's very slow before improvements move the way out.
So each plugin should have like plugin for Taverna 2 and plugin for Taverna 3. So the same plugin we need to compile for both versions, or does that?
I will get to that in a different session later, but it would be very hard to make a plugin work with both of them directly, but you could share most of the code base between them. So we started making Taverna 3. There's been several attempts to make Taverna 3. So you might have heard about Taverna 3 back in 2011 as well. This is not the same one. Think about that as 2.9 or something. Basically, we changed to using the OSCI system for plugins, which is a fairly industry standard way to do plugins in the Java world. Is used by software like Eclipse and so on. And we also wanted to split the engine code from the workbench. Because when we made the workbench for Taverna 2, we basically started manipulating the execution classes. So when you're building a workbench in the workbench, you're combining processes and data links and so on. Those things you build, and when you're designing it, it's the same one used when running. It's because we had these grand ideas, they're saying at some point maybe we want to change it while it's running. So kind of like change the link from there to there, right? Turn out that's quite difficult to do without losing data. So we kind of gave up on that idea, and we wanted to move to having a separate model of the workflow that didn't rely on the execution, because it meant two-type coupling, and it meant, especially with these changes in how you execute, affected changes in how you design things, when really, as an abstract workflow language, nothing has changed at all. If you ask someone to draw the workflow, they look exactly the same. So we want to separate out the model of the workflow, the language, from the execution bit. And we wanted to have independent APIs for that, so that you can work with these without having to pull in all these things, without having to know all the different service types that one can deal with, without having all the support libraries. And we wanted to do the same for the data, because we saw problems with the integration with data coming in and data coming out, how to package it. Because a simple workflow is just an input and an output. For the real-world workflows, maybe complicated inputs with a series of files going in. Outputs could be thousands of values structured in deep nested lists. How do you represent that? How do you send it across the wire? Now, we had some attempts, like a Java document, some kind of XML format. Some of you might have seen that. Kind of works, but it's not really scalable, and it is a bit awkward. So we wanted to make a format and an API for that as well. Now, we know that many people were trying to use the workflow engine for running workflows, and because they wanted to encapsulate Taverna, they didn't want the workbench showing up, they wanted to have a web page with a button and so on. And basically the main forms for doing that so far has been use command line, or for more repeated execution, use the Taverna server, which basically it does run command line underneath, but it does handle all the other things for you. But when you do that, you kind of lose the connection to the workflow. You have no idea what is up. You don't know how far it's got. You don't know are there any errors appearing. Are you going to sit there for an hour and wait just to realize the first step has failed? So it's a bit too limited, and we wanted to have a way to integrate into the engine without having to play along and be a part of Taverna. So we made the Taverna platform an API around execution, which also allows a choice of where you want to execute, because you might have a series of execution environments that you want to use, different installations of Taverna server, but pointed by a single API. And so we're working on towards Taverna 3, and we've had some beta or alpha releases already in last year, and now we're moving towards a beta stage on some of the products and still an alpha stage on others, which I'll talk about later. But we're moving towards going into Apache, because we want to move into open development and include other people in the core development. So first of all, I want to just mention what is Apache and why did we want to do this. Now, as you might know, the Apache Foundation is a non-profit organization that is basically forming a community of open source software projects. Now, it might sometimes sound a bit like kind of political or church-like organization, but it's not like that. It's more like organized around independent projects. Each project manages themselves, but they're under a big umbrella called Apache, and within there, they still follow a set of common practices, like the software is open source, of course, there's a common license, the Apache license, and there's the practices is that all the development is done out in the open, on the mailing list. You have anyone can join. There's an open way to how to join as a committer, and anything is decided on a consensus basis. You basically just do a voting process on, is this release good enough to go out? Should we add this feature or not? And there's not like a little secret committee in a room in Manchester deciding these things. It's for everyone. So well-known Apache projects are, of course, the Apache HTTP server, which is used all over the internet. There's more Java project, Tomcat Maven, Jenna, CXF, OpenOffice is an Apache project. And especially for the newer project, how they become an Apache project, like OpenOffice, which came from Sun and Oracle, and they donated it through this thing called the incubator, which I'll talk about in a bit. But why did we want to do Apache Taverna? Well, we want to embrace the open development. We want to bring all those plugin developers to also be involved in designing the core code. I mean, they could have done that before, but we want to have that as a kind of the obvious way to do it, that people are encouraged to get involved. And there's kind of been an impression of Manchester being the leader. I mean, we probably still got that from the previous talk, because, well, we have been running the show, to say like that, but with lots of help from other developers, like Nick. But we want to remove that impression. We want to remove that us and them kind of thinking, because it means it's like, oh, that's not my responsibility. I'm not going to fix that, even though I know how to do it, because the Manchester deal with that. Because that just puts everything into Manchester, and it means that all this talent and all this that is available from others are not really appreciated. And it means we might make the wrong decisions, because we're not the main users of Taverna. We're one of the main users, but we don't know all the directions of how it should be and where it should go. So we want to kind of get a bit of independence between Taverna and Manchester. Still with Manchester strongly involved, but on an equal basis as all the other developers. And this gives some advantage. From a selfish point of view, it's a good thing for us. For instance, avoid dependency on our infrastructure. Just like just 2 days ago, we had to deal with restarting the wiki and looking at backups and things. Why do we have to deal with that when that is something the foundation can deal with? And it could make it much less political to say in a grant proposal, say we're going to use Apache Taverna, we're going to add this and this to Apache Taverna, because it's just like a neutral thing that anyone can deal with without you having to also then say add Manchester to the grant proposal. So you know, it's still very limited what you can put in, and we want to disconnect the two, while still keeping the strong link.
Still Manchester to grant proposal.
Yeah, we still invite you all to have Manchester the grant proposal. We just want to say you're not required to do it anyway, right? But because that is basically what has happened to many of the other projects, saying we also want to use Taverna. We'll chuck in Manchester and they can do the Taverna base. That model is a bit limited, because it means why can't anyone else also do the same?
Ian?
Yeah.
No, I completely understand, and I completely am for this. The problem I think you might have, or at least hitting against the traditional viewpoints, is when you put the University of Manchester in, you can tell University of Manchester to deliver the code that you get for the project. But if you put an open community like Apache Taverna, how do you pull the levers to get them?
Basically, you are part of Apache Taverna community. So you don't put Apache Taverna as a partner, because that is it's a kind of a virtual organization. You can't ask a mailing list, please, please add 2 man years of effort into doing my special thing. But you can do that too. to manage some special thing and be part of the community. And then also
So after, so as, let's say,
And you can always partner with us to
yes,
Sure, sure.
And this is just, that's just, we're just part of the community, we're not. Yeah, but deliverables would have to be sort of pre-premise and rather than sort of, university managed to really develop a version 2 to contain. We would have to be sort of, will sort of submit to a patchy Taverna this, and sort of try.
I said it's consensus, but it's not like people are going to sit and say, no, we don't want that, we don't want this. It will be more like, yes, but could you make it like a bit red instead of purple because we need that for this other project, which is about kind of coordinating a bit more. Because we've seen several times people made, like we made the web player, there were, I think it's the same time, 3 or 4 other attempts doing the web player as well. Because it was going in slightly different directions and how it should go. Sometimes you need that because you don't know yet what you want to do.
That said, plugins don't have to be part of the patch.
No,
Basic ones
it's
will.
deliberately that we want to keep the plugin developers, we want to keep plugins, but we want to make it an easy choice for any plugin developer to also join the Apache Taverna development. And at some point, if it's a general useful plugin, we can license it and add it in, or it can just live on as a separate plugin. And we want that to be a smooth process, as we have been doing already with other features that we have gradually been adding in. So we want it to be longer-term sustainability, to have a community that manages itself with whoever are the active users at that point in time. So, yeah.
And that includes all the codes, so Taverna, execution, Taverna server, and Taverna, all of them.
I'll get to which code we're submitting, but it's pretty much all of them. We're a bit on the edge on which bit of the client library should that go in for the server. Probably the Taverna player, we're not so sure if that should go in. Possibly. So what is the Apache incubator? Well, it is a process that the Apache have for becoming an Apache project. They're not letting anyone in the door and saying, yes, we just take it to tomorrow, it's an Apache project. They have a set of steps you have to go through in order to make sure you are following those common guidelines and common procedures that they have. So they start off with you making a proposal together with the champion. So the champion is someone already in the Apache project that can kind of vouch for you and say this is a real person and real project is not just some random thing that someone copied from somewhere. And we write a proposal, a textual document that says what are you, what do you plan to do, and then you submit this to an incubator mailing list where the community of the Apache incubator will vote over accepting the project. So we've already done that, and we got the project, a champion from Andy C1 from the Jenna project, and we submitted the proposal last month. And just by submitting it, we got lots of mentors volunteering on the mailing list. So those are people who will say, hey, this looks like an interesting project. I want to help with getting it through to Apache. So they're going to help us with the process, help us with organizing things, help us with finding out exactly how to do the source code and so on. But they're not going to help with fixing things or changing the code or anything like that. They're more like organizational kind of mentors. That said, they're not disencouraged to do so, but the people volunteering are not, maybe except for Chris, not really workflow people. They are just general open source Apache developers who so Magic have lots of time to help us with this. But because there's several branches, they can all help with little things like how to set a mailing list and so on. So, but in this incubation process, they also raised some questions because they said, okay, what about licensing? So, as we would have to give the source code of Taverna into Apache, we have to change the ownership of that. That is not easy because Manchester has owned full copyright to the source code and got contributed license agreements for things coming from elsewhere. So we're free to change the license of anything we make, because as you might know, Taverna now is licensed under the lesser GPL, LGPL license, which Apache says is not compatible with an Apache release because actually it's too strict, and in that it requires source code to be made available. And with the Apache process, they even say our license is so open that you should be allowed to put it in the box and lock it and not share the source code with anyone else. That's basically how lots of the software that is inside the DVD player is there. It would have been open source, but they're not giving you the source code for that. So politically for us, maybe it's not so good, but I mean, it's not like people are not deliberately not going to share the source code. It's just a freedom you would additionally gain. But Taverna does have a fair bit of dependency on third-party libraries, and most of them are under compatible licenses like BSD, MIT, Apache. But we did identify a few, like 8 or so, that are LGPL, and therefore we cannot depend on those in an Apache release, because Apache is going to package up all of Taverna and then put it on the download page, then their license will have to apply. Now, we have gone through the list, and it's not as bad as we thought, but a bit of work is needed just to split those out. And luckily, we have the plugin infrastructure, which means that if it is, for instance, the R shell library, I think we found was LGPL, and therefore the R scripting has to be a plugin that you install after you've downloaded Taverna. So we will just work around this requirements by having these plugins installed optionally. And also, of course, you're free to repackage Taverna in these editions by chucking in other plugins and make a non-Apache Taverna. So you could have a migrate Taverna, you could have a IOL Taverna. Your project could have their own distribution if they really want to. So there was this question of the plugins, as you asked, should they be part of Taverna or not? Well, we would like them to, but we don't require that. So, but there is this danger of fragmenting the existing community, because in the astronomy community, they're depending quite a lot on the libraries that are also GPL and LGPL, and that means those things cannot be in the Apache Taverna. So it is a bit of a kind of trade-off here. We get the foundation and all the glory and so on and that, but we won't be able to make these monolithic distributions anymore. But as I will show Taverna 3, it's not really about making monoliths anymore. It's about having a more smaller core that you then extend with plugins. So there was a challenge of how to we get core development to involve non-Manchester people, because it is still the core development is mainly done in Manchester. And our response has been that we need to actively engage and encourage all these plugin developers to come and be part of discussions on maybe modules in the core that are relevant to them, like the interest we're working in the Bristol, the other people working on the server and so on. And we want to make it clear that you can be on both sides of the fence in a way, because if you're using something, then you're also interested in how it works on the other side, and it's not written in stone, so we can change how things work. So as I said, Manchester do have the rights to change the license. They've also been worried about our source code being too big, because we had so many Git repositories. And I think some of you might also be scared by that, because after we moved from source code from Google Code subversion to GitHub, we ended up with 85 Git repositories. That is a bit overwhelming. I mean, they're all quite reasonable name, but if you don't know what is where, it is still a bit of a challenge. Basically, this is an artifact of two things. One is that we've moved from SVN, where we have tags and branches of wherever you wanted, and to reflect that, you need to separate out each of those in a separate repository. And the second is the Taverna 2 plugin system with strict modularization and versioning, which means that you have to make sure you had a very clean dependency path between all these repositories, which basically meant that either had to be one big one or 100 small ones. But now as we move towards OSCE-based system, we think we can shrink this down to like 8 or 10 repositories.
Plus plugins.
Huh?
Plus plugins separately.
Plus the plugins, of course. And they voted on our proposal and accepted it, and we're now in the process of setting up infrastructure on the Apache side. So we get our website, we get our repositories, mailing lists, and so on. And it's going a bit slower than I would have hoped for, because it seems to be a bit of a manual process to start these things, because it doesn't happen that often they get new projects. But now, after a few weeks, they all seem to be coming online. And so what do we do next? Well, we have to migrate to new mailing lists. So we have new mailing lists being set up within Apache. We're going to do this kind of half automatic, because we have existing mailing lists at SourceForge, but they have a few hundred subscribers each. Now, we don't have the right to force add them to the new list, but we can invite them to the new list. So that's what we're going to do, is that everyone on the old list will get an email saying, do you want to join the new list? Just click reply and you're on it, because that's how the mailing list software works. So it confirms the email address. And if you're not on the old list, then I would still encourage you to join the new list. I'll just write, I haven't written it on the slide here. Put it in here. Basically, if it works. Subscribe. You send an email to this address with whatever you want, and it will reply, do you want to sign up? Reply back, and then, and I think now it's in a way the best time to do so, because now we have to decide on all those things, on exactly what is the structure, what is going to be our release policy, what's going to be in, what is out, and what is.
Yes, that's
it. Is it my way? I should go to the That's a dash, by the way.
You don't need an Apache email address to.
No, any email address, you have to, you just send it to the admin and ask you, do you want to sign on with that? Now,
May I ask a question?
yes,
So when you are in this incubation context,
yes.
are you required to refactor the code? Like,
No, you're not required to refactor it, but we are going to, because of these repositories and so on. Lots of refactoring.
What's the criteria to accept it? You said there's 13.
Well, there's two things. So, you mean for us as a person or for the project?
For the project.
Okay, there's some criteria which I haven't found here, but some of them are that, A, you have gained new committers, that other people have joined up. That could be any one of you. Please. Two, that you have made a release under the Apache umbrella, which we were going to plan once we finish the import. And I don't remember what the third one is.
All the licensing things.
Yes, that you have sorted out all the things with the licensing, the naming. They want to just make sure that it's not a trademark. Now, I did search for Taverna as a trademark, and there's like about 15 restaurants that have trademark within the food thing, but no one's done it for work. And also we have fire work. There might be some work, so there shouldn't be a big issue. But it could take up to a year, because it is, again, you have to give a kind of report saying why you have achieved all the Apache goals, basically. That's what the mentors will help us to make sure we do that, to make sure we actually get new people in, that we get releases out and so on.
And you said, you mentioned that we had 13 plus votes, so how much is that better than what
That's
we have?
much better, because we've seen other projects proposed, and they usually get about 7 or 6 votes. So I think.
There was another one the same, like 2 weeks before, got 4 votes. And
Yeah, so it means there's been quite a lot of interest within the Apache community for this. We're seeing as quite already a successful project running for a long time. We come with existing user and developer base. So in a way, it's much, much better than any other project, which is often much more small. It could be like 4 guys who just made something last year. So it's kind of the range of Apache project. It goes from these very big known projects to lots of tiny little ones that do one very specific thing.
I mean, you said to people that you wouldn't be forced to do the Apache, but Manchester may be forced if there are other people on the Apache project, yourselves included, who are asking for refactoring. If you guys outvote Manchester, then Manchester could be forced to refactor the road.
I mean, I wasn't particularly for refactoring because I'm particularly worried that Apache members and mentors, they, I think, somehow take the code and they, because of their affiliation, like they're on the JS, like whatever, the code is alienated somehow and much less accessible for. Do you see what I mean? I mean,
Well,
you are not the expert developer of everything.
But this is not how it works, because basically by joining Apache, now we will be Apache, right? So we will be the Apache Taverna. It's not like other some agencies with sunglasses coming in and changing their code. Basically, no one else is going to touch the code except those on the committer list, which is basically Manchester and the existing external committers, which would now we say there's no difference between external and internal, but they're all the existing community. It's not brand new people.
Yeah. And there's no cross-fertilization between Apache communities. I'm particularly worried about the OD, the Apache orchestration.
Yes, well, they say it's fine that you have two things doing the same thing but in different directions, but of course they're also interested in any kind of cross work that could be done. If there's some compatibility things on, and I think several of our mentors are on those kind of projects. So they've been working along the same lines, and we already had interest in could we use the Taverna workbench as our workflow editor, for instance, right? But about making it accessible, I would argue our current code is not too accessible, right? Because it is a bit too structured in modules and deep. Like it has lots of extensibility point where you can have a plugin to do something like the menus. There's only one. I mean, how many ways are you going to make the menus, right? And that was done because we wanted to have
you be a chat many different ways of making menus.
Yeah.
There are always complicated Taverna's way of making menus.
Well,
part of what, at least what I personally would want to do once we restructure the source code is to make them kind of a bit more self-contained modules that have all the relevant things together and not just split across 3-4 different repositories, and to also limit the number of packages, because now also you have 150 different Java packages, which you basically have to be an expert to know what each of them do. So we want to keep all the engine things, and engine and platform as platform. Of course, we want to have some separation, but we want to make it easier for someone to do kind of classical GitHub style development as well. You just go in and find a project, check it out, do a little grep for your little thing, and change that thing, and say, here, can you add that fix? Because even though we say we use Apache infrastructure, we're also going to have GitHub presence because Apache has GitHub mirrors. You can still do this kind of lightweight open source engagement where you're just doing a one-liner fix, because that doesn't require any signing any agreements or anything. That's quite easy for anyone to do.
Do you have to change all the package names to Apache package?
You don't have to change it, but we think that because we have to restructure lots of these modules, kind of the old, and also because we're changing the plugin system to run a tree, we kind of use that as an excuse to change it to org Apache Taverna.
Yeah, so at the moment it's a mix.
Because then you know definitely you're dealing with Taverna tree, and they're definitely dealing with OSCE, dealing with Apache Taverna, and you're not going to have something in between. It means some changes for those who have already worked with Taverna tree code base, and it will be an extra thing for those adapting to the 2 plugins. But the main changes in changing is still going to be change the list of dependencies of your plugin, and that will have to change because it is a new Apache project. We want to reduce the things you depend on. So maybe instead of having 14 dependencies of your plugin, you would just depend on engine API and workbench API. That's kind of the level we want to move to.
Yeah, just so the email list that you currently use a lot of times, is that going to still be continuing for a while?
I'm not sure exactly how to do that, to be honest. So it's what to do with all the dormant people on there who basically might never bother signing up for the new list. We need to force them into the new list if they're not going to say anything anyway. How do we slow down the old list? I think we can forward from the old list to the new list, but then only reply the new list.
Or at least see all replies to the new list.
Yeah, while we're in the transition, we'll have to use both lists because otherwise, only half of the people, like now, even the Manchester people, only myself and Donald, I think I managed to sign up to all of this because they have just come online earlier this week.
Well, they got rejected as spam.
Somebody knows.
Spammers are coming quickly. Now, if this, so there will be, but still the mailing is open for anyone, but the kind of decisions when you vote are those in the committer list. So the committer list is just, you have signed the agreement, or the Apache license agreement, and you have been accepted into the Apache Taverna project, which basically we decide ourselves how we want to accept new people in. It would generally be like you are generally contributing something, you have some code or plugin or documentation, or you're just acting, you're helping out on the mailing list by being supported, or even that can get you into the list. And that means you get an Apache account, and that, because you need that to sign into the Git repository when you want to write something, and basically get an email address at Apache that you can forward to whatever you want. And we in Manchester have to hand over the paperwork. I shouldn't joke that when we had mentors from NASA on board in the list, right? So paperwork of the license agreements that we have already collected, because we need to show that we truly have the ownership. And we're going to have to create a new website. So again, there will be a decision about what goes into the new website, what should happen to the old website, because also our old website has a lot of material. Maybe some of it is more about the project and about the software, and doesn't need to move on to the new Apache site. So some of the initial goals for the incubator, Taverna incubator group, would be to investigate and solve those remaining list of incompatible dependencies. There's about 10 of them, and we know exactly where they come from. So it's a kind of step-by-step thing to just go through that. There's staging of the source code, which I've already been working on, while we need help and feedback on exactly how it should be, and also on the decision of what should be in or not, like the Taverna player and flight library, should those be part of it or not. As long as Manchester has to cooperate, it can be part of it. Once we've done the staging, then things will have to be added in a normal way as kind of patches and so on. So there's nothing saying you can't add things later, we just go through a different process by being decided on by the incubator project instead, which in many ways is easier because it would just be that mailing list of us to decide what goes in. There will be some source code tweaking of licenses, group IDs, packages, the headers and the files and so on. It's luckily all quite easy to do with Maven plugins these days, so it's not too much work. But we better not do it before we know it's the right structure we're moving into. Because once we have moved it to Apache Git, then it's a bit harder to change the main repositories because it's done on a kind of manual basis. Someone runs a command line. It's not like a new button in GitHub, so it's a bit. We have to be sure about which repositories we want. And of course, we need to move the dependency on the build infrastructure. Now we have lots of servers in Manchester for the bug tracker, for the wiki, for the automated builds. So we want to change that and use the Apache ones. They're luckily all using the same software, they're using Jenkins, Gyro, and Confluence, so it's the same as we already have. So for any on the outside, it's going to look pretty much the same, except a different URL on the top. And then, of course, we in Manchester will have to redirect. That's good. See this stuff. And then we need a little bit of boost to make sure we're using the latest dependency of these third-party libraries, especially the Apache ones, because that simplifies some of the other OSCE. And we need to make sure we're no longer using any of the old Taverna 1, Taverna 2 libraries, because we want it to be self-contained as a Taverna Apache Taverna project. So basically, the safest way to do that is to just make sure it never connects to the migrate Maven repository, because then you know it's coming from truly from that source code that we have submitted, and it's not just seeking in some little thing from 2007 on the side there, which I mean it does start now. And then we need to document what is going to be a release and testing procedure under Apache. Now we have already got that. We just need to propose that to the mailing list and get that worked out exactly how it's going to be done. And finally, move the website and documentation and give access rights to those who should have possibility to change it. Now, under Apache, you need to have committer access to get your account, which you need to write to either the website or the documentation. So they don't treat source code and documentation any different. It's just maintained in a different place. As I mentioned, the Git repositories, that is kind of the main issue. I need sorting out basically this month. I think we're going to fix that. So already started with a proposal to stage, rather than telling them here's our 85 things, we want to use Git magic to merge them properly first and say now use these other repositories. Now I don't want to mess up with the existing source code that is there because it's still being used by several people in the room. So basically we started a new GitHub organization just for that particular purpose, where the new possible repositories are. So basically once this is in a good state, we can say migrate these things and so. As you see, still it's a bit too big list, but it at least fits in one screen. There's no page 2, 3, and 4 anymore. And then we ask them to import that, and then that should be it, because then afterwards it will be mirrored back again to GitHub to under the Apache group, and then you can still browse it and use the same GitHub mechanism, except for modifying. Because to modify it, you have to push it to the Apache Git server rather than to the GitHub. But you can still make a pull request there. Anyone can do that. I've been doing that on other Apache projects, saying here's a pull request, and they've even set it up so that it's automatically emailed to the developer list, and so it seems to fit together quite nicely. Just a brief overview of what I think could be the new structure. The main starting point would be this kind of common utilities things, and I'm not sure if we need that, but at least the engine. And now I think the engine is basically two things. It is the actual engine, that thing that does the processors and data links and so on, but it's also that platform, the Taverna 3 platform, the API for accessing it. So I think it's fair to just put those together now, and then the implementation of that is a separate thing, which a plugin developer shouldn't normally have to deal with that. They only need to look at interfaces and so on up there. And this would basically not be released that often, because it wouldn't change that much. It's not that often there's a new method and so on, while fixing a bug in an activity or in some particular thing in the storage layer can be done in the implementation thing. Then there's some more kind of language support that are independent libraries for working with working language. Data one and Taverna 2. I actually think they can be merged just one for Taverna language, so we can have. So say you're using the Taverna server to run a workflow and you get the things back, and you just want to find out what are the workflow inputs and outputs, what values do they get. You would just use the Taverna language library. You don't need any of the other things because you're not going to run it. You're just going to look at it. And then we do the same for the workbench. We want to pull in all of these little components and so on. Basically today, when you run Taverna, you get all these little panes in the diagram there, the Explorer there. Each of those is implemented as a plugin at the moment. So there's no point in that. So we just put them in one big thing as the workbench code. And if we need to fix the diagram, well then, so we'll have to release a new version of the Explorer at the same time. That doesn't matter because it's just one update to the main view of the workbench. As long as we can keep the API on the outside, so that when you add new things to the workbench, you don't need to see it out. That doesn't mean that it's harder to call directly into these things, but over the years we kind of figure out which things is worth calling into and which things are not worth calling into. To start with, we didn't know, and basically we made everything. We possibly connect with everything, and that's a plugin developer's dream, but as we've seen, it's also his nightmare because he has to deal with the version keep changing. And the Taverna server is already self-contained, there's not really any change needed for that. There might be the client library being reloaded as well. And then plugins will be living either outside Apache on their own, or they could be part of Apache, like the Biomark plugin, which is only used in the Biomatrix edition. Should be a separate thing, so it can be managed independently. And other plugins could live elsewhere. I mean, existing as the Taverna plugin could just continue living where it is. There's no requirement for them to move into Apache. So this is the kind of release plan that we're looking at. First of all, those support libraries, the language and so on, those are quite easy because they work fine as they are. You could just go out with after changing the structural bit of the group IDs and so on. The command line is working as it is, and it just needs to make sure it builds after moving, that it is truly using all the Apache libraries, Apache Taverna libraries rather than the old migrate libraries. And once that is, we can see that by just looking at the lib folder once we built it. And once that is true, then we can just release it as is. And it wouldn't be a fully functional, put in production grade command line because it's not yet been tested for that purpose. So between 2 and 3 is when we have to do that hardening to make sure it's not, say, crashing because you put the list with an error in or something. And then we can do the Taverna server because that is already working with the Taverna 3 command line, and it's already got support for looking at Taverna 3 workflows to deduce the inputs and outputs. It's just about making sure it's using the correct release of the command line. And then we can do the workbench kind of as it is, which is not complete, but it is working. We from Manchester not going to drive the workbench work to an extent of putting it, adding new buttons or anything like that. But as a community, we can still put it out there in the same shape as it is now, and then we can see what things do we include, what things do we not include. For instance, we have not put in the biocatalog perspective to the Taverna 3 workbench. It can be done, but it needs some effort to do. And we don't know exactly which bits should we focus on yet. After stabilizing the depot, then we can have Apache Taverna Workbench 3, the core edition. And then, of course, we can have the third-party plugins or additions. We want to move to having, rather than 16 different downloads, to just having a splash screen that says, are you a bioinformatics person or what are you? And then download those things on demand, because that means we also disentangle the release process of the workbench from the customization, the plugins, and so on. So what about Taverna 2? Taverna 2 is not going into Apache Incubator. So we're not going to make any attempts to do an Apache release of Taverna 2.6 or anything like that, mainly because of this thing with the source code reorganization, but also because we at least in Manchester don't feel we want to do any further keeping Taverna 2 alive, and we already got Taverna 3 almost ready. That doesn't say Taverna 2 is a dead line, but it would have to be someone else who would have to continue that if we want to do another Taverna 2 book. So there will be a final release to Say It Alive 251, which Alan's already preparing. And after that, there will only be security fixes to Taverna 2. So it won't be a 2.6, at least according to Manchester plans.
So,
Yeah.
With Taverna 3 or workflows that we develop in Taverna 2.
Yes, workflows you make in Taverna 2 can be opened in Taverna 3, given that all the plugins you use are all supported with Taverna 3. Yeah, we don't want to get rid of all the workflows.
What about the my experiment? I don't know if I saw that on our news.
Yeah, my experiment is not part of the movie, so my experiment is still an independent GitHub project that is not. It's not a software project part of Taverna. As we see it, it's an independent workflow repository for many systems, including Taverna. Yeah. That doesn't mean you're not. You're still free to keep to help the development of my experiment, but it's done just as a simple GitHub project. So some practical changes, especially to people in Manchester, on how we work with Taverna. We will have to make all the decisions out there in the open. We're not going to have. I mean, I must admit, we've been having. Let's just go over in the corner and we'll decide about something in the engine. Right? Why should those three people get to decide that when it's affecting everyone else? So that should be done all in the open on the mailing list. Basically, in Apache, mailing list is the king. Michael Gina is a bit old and dead, but as I said, we already got the GitHub integration, so you can also play in the kind of modern style of contributing. But all the decisions have to be done in plenary. It doesn't mean that we have to get everyone to vote. It's not like, oh, this one guy in the mailing list, he didn't say his +1, so we can't release. No, as long as you have 3 positive votes and no negatives, you can release. If you give a negative vote for something, you have to give a good reason for why you say, not like, I don't like it. It has to be, it breaks my system or something. And as I said, the mailing list is open to everyone, not just the committer, so anyone can join. I mean, you could do that today, but it is especially the case now that we move to Apache. And all the development infrastructure is managed by Apache centrally, so it's not any reliance on Manchester servers anymore. It would not be something that we will control. So if the VP is down, for instance, that's not the Taverna people's fault, that is Apache's fault. That's there to deal with. And they have a large team dealing with infrastructure, system admin. And so basically they make sure it's all backed up and so on. And I mean, if the Apache web server goes down, people will know this. If our little run tracker for Taverna goes down, it could take several days before someone notices. But once we move to common infrastructure, we get this kind of benefit of being part of a larger community for those things. So how do you kind of earn your things into Taverna in an Apache way? Basically, there's this concept of reciprocity, which I never managed to pronounce correctly, but basically you earn it by doing it well. By doing your thing, you have deserved it. So who is the Taverna developer community now? Well, we kind of currently have this kind of split. We have the plugin developers, we have Kevin and Dimitri who are adding their little things that plug into Taverna, and they add functionality to specific services, new perspectives, and so on. We have integrators, like Redeem, which we're going to see, and so on, and they put Taverna into another system that they make. So Taverna is just one little thing, part of a larger ecosystem. And then we have the core developers, which basically have been Manchester and Dimitri recently, who deal with the engine, the APIs, and how is it actually working under the hood. And then we have researchers like Taverna and Pinar who are working more with what is the consequence of all this work, or what is the problem that's coming out, what can it conclude from all of these things? What kind of interoperability things do I see between workflows? But they're still using Taverna as a software API, like now it's calling APIs to get out of problems and so on, and it still should be part of deciding what does that actually look like. Why is it not giving me the essential information I need? And so when we're talking about the committer, we think all of those should be committers. I mean, if they're part of the community, part of doing their things, they should also be part of deciding what is that thing. So how do you become a committer? Well, if you're submitting patches and changes, and of course that is helping you to become a committer. If you're just contributing to mailing list by helping shape the decisions of the architecture or anything, just helping users with their questions, or helping with testing and documentation, or by adding a plugin, all those things we can say earns you the right to be a committer. But part of the incubation process is that we get to decide what are the rules for becoming a committer. So we have to put this out there and saying, this is how you become a Taverna committer. And obviously we want that to be as open as practically possible, but without also saying, hey, I'm a random spammer who just doesn't know how to program, but I just would like sending emails to a list. That probably wouldn't get in as a committer. So the big question is, how can we recruit committers? So we, of course, by putting all development decisions on the mailing list, you can show you have an active community that it should be something you can participate in. We also need to do active pushing, just going kind of like I did for this workshop, to go individual to people and say, hey, why don't you join this and this? I can do kind of invite people in on a personal basis based on what they have already done. Also to improve accessibility of the code, so we know having documentations and tutorials, examples, helps a lot for people to get even into the code, which means it's easy for them to start contributing to the code. But if it's all hidden behind lots of layers of abstractions and basically is in the head of 3 people in the world, then it's not accessible and it's not easy to join in. So we also want to have kind of change of attitude, rather than when someone says, I found a bug, but if you know they're developers, you, instead of saying, yeah, I'll fix it, you can say, I think it can be fixed in this file, right? Then you kind of, you're just giving them a little hint so they can kind of get a bit of mentoring. And maybe you can say, we can fix it together. How about we have a little Skype chat with screen sharing next Tuesday, and we can have a look at that problem, right? To kind of bring people slowly into the community. And this was open to suggestion, and I think we're going to discuss this in one of the discussion sessions later. And that's it. So any other questions about the Apache community?
My question is about Apache license.
The Apache license. Okay. Sorry?
I see in many of these people send the agreement and with no response.
Yeah, this is unfortunately the problem of this manual processing of Apache, because you send, I have signed the agreement, and this is document you download and you have to sign it either on paper, you scan it in PDF, or you sign it with PGP. And then you email it to the secretary or at Apache. That's really just a piece of document. There's someone there who has to read it and take the marking mistakes, etc. And sometimes that takes several days. It's taking too long. I think we need to make sure it happens. I was saying, but then they haven't value back yet.
Last week I signed it, my personal license.
Yeah.
I signed it with the email.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think Monday we signed it for the reunion, and I signed it both by fax and by email.
I think this is first good to have this method that we can push them because they will know like people which are doing it. But it is, yeah. Basically, there's a list of contributors as well, and you can see if you're on that page. You can see that you're not on that page.
And the again the question about the account, which the name is like
Right.
the name and my
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that Apache does perhaps seem slightly like a dinosaur in that it is still manual, many of these processes. And I think it's because it's not something they've done too frequent, but once it's up and running, it works fine. Right? But it is, yeah, it is a bit worrying that it is slow to get started like that. And that I think is some of the feedback that we will give as well. Yeah, and hopefully we would have had lunch now, but we haven't had the lunch delivered yet, have we? Oh, it's just outside, okay. Yes, we have lunch. So I think we'll break for lunch. And just to remind you about the rest of the day. That will be we will have update of Taverna 3 about the current status by myself and Donald, where we will talk a bit more and demo a few of the things at their current state. And then we move on to the lightning talks. Now I said 1 to 2 and 2 to 3, but basically we'll start with those. I don't think we will take a whole hour of this, so we'll have more time than quickly needed here. And therefore, if you really want to do 10 minutes instead of 5, I think we can allow that. So if you just 5, that's brilliant, because then it's a fast pace and we get to show the main aspect of your work. And this is an open session, so if you're not yet scheduled to do a lightning talk, then please just talk to myself or to Alex, and then we can add you on. Because we just want to hear about what are you doing. It doesn't even have to be slides. It could be you showing a website or something, and you say, this is what I'm doing, this is how it relates to Taverna, this is good, this is bad. Anything like that could be important to hear.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have like a little bit longer than 5 minutes.
Yeah, sure. If you have enough material, then go on for 10 minutes, but not like half an hour.
No, it's just like, because we do a lot of work and you just want to like.
Yeah. We have a second session tomorrow as well. So, I mean, if we see we want to spend a lot of time on something today, we can also do it tomorrow. Because tomorrow we have a second session there. But if this is going a bit short, like maybe Dimitri could do his thing today, we will do that then.
It's a round table right after the short talk,
Yeah,
so if someone's talk is particularly interesting, that can become the round table discussion.
Basically, we will be seeding the topics for the round table discussion. It could be ways of integrating the server, or it could be how to do something in a workflow language. Okay, so we'll break for lunch now, and you will sit there and watch for an hour, or come back after that. We'll start again. 1:45, I guess.
Easy, you know, it's close. Yes,
Yes. So go straight down the stairs and then left. Why do you want to go to university virtual books?
GPG, go down, GPG, but it's JP. And then you want to select. Yeah, honestly. Oh, yeah. They want to see if it expires. But it does also. Yeah, I used to do that, yeah. Wait for the big call. That's it.
Always. One is what they want to actually have a separate policy. One of the policies is how the budget package is moving penalties over. Yeah. Yeah. Manchester doesn't care, a lot of non-Manchester may well care.
Half an hour, I'm leaving. Not now, not now. I'm waiting.
I mean, the nice thing about having those components is if somebody else grabs it and almost wants to do exactly the same thing as you can do, they can actually just open the components, edit it, make a new components, or the other one, in one of your services, somebody divided it into a web service, like you change one of the parameters. No, it does happen. So, no, it's what you get is the component, then you go to new version of the component. So people will use the component, they go ahead and then convert, not like.
Yeah, it goes through about major hierarchicals. Yeah, it wasn't actually how I'm trying to do like really big workflow. Start plugging, you can do all the polling, query, yourself. And it works out very well. But it does make you wonder, what should that be? And you would make everything a little bit more integrated, you know, or wrong amounts of need to work.
right now, for,
That's it.
So we've been doing a lot of writing. And so very much looking forward to what we can do. Uses of and then embedding that managing all that data.
Basically, like earlier.
The idea of people. Workflows is quite easy to use, especially execution. Yeah, it's also about the specification. You can write any so much. Like sure, I
was going to say,
I
already have done
it. They have a also like short. All of these specifications is yeah, really with that paragraph, we have no all institutions for the file. The file, oriented
the second one does the same
So we 70% was. Did you have a street? It's very if you want to show you the line draft, oh yeah, I call it my no, it's really good. The scenery. Almost to the point that you can see.
Sit here quietly
Yeah, we also do Excel. That was really big on talking together.
Indirectly, all the other services here is. And then also, being successful in business, those of us who have actually
Drinking with our when maintenance at the farm. We do not actually one of those myself.
I also use the hashtag on Twitter.
Huh?
I also use the hashtag on Twitter. I said that I have a legitimate reason for checking out Twitter now.
And why is it showing that you used it now?
No, I still have, I think you liked it already. Down here somewhere. Yeah, I mean 80,
I see.
30, yeah.
I didn't understand how you said, you see.
Student understanding.
If I read it properly, the framtida Twitter-apparaten lägger blir Is it Latin?
Huh?
What is it?
I said that I have a legitimate reason to check. The process is.
We have a plan, right? Just wrote 5 minutes. Okay, then, yeah.
Ah, see.
Okay, so I'll start with some updates about the Taverna tree status, because we know what we're actually talking about. Just to give people a reminder of what is the Taverna architecture in big picture. And basically we have the main products we have are the Taverna workbench, Taverna command line tool, and the Taverna server. And this picture shows how they work together in the Taverna tree though. It's pretty much the same in Taverna 2, except it's a bit more about the API. Basically, there is a platform API implemented using OSCE that provides services for dealing with workflow runs, data management, and components while it's running. And underneath the hood, this is implemented by the Taverna engine, supported by all the plugins of activities. And this bit is not exposed other than through independent data structure in the platform. So you get the report, as a kind of JSON structure, you get APIs for starting and stopping the workflow and so on. So when the server is running the command line tool, that is then again running the platform. Now we want to bypass the command line tool. This is one of the capabilities of the platform, is to just use it directly. And that means the server will then be possible to get information while it's running to see the status, what is started, what is stopped, and so on. We also have a Java client library that's talking to the server REST API. And what we want to do is to connect this one with the platform API. Here it's pluggable exactly where you want to execute it. And this is a lot of possibilities to execute it remotely. So that is particularly of interest for the workbench because it means you can design it in the desktop, and you can run, and basically you choose implement to run it on the server, and then you can run it on a more powerful server, maybe it could even be in cloud instances and so on. We have the web interface, which is basically the Taverna player, which is a Ruby code around the Ruby client library, which also uses the Taverna server. And this is then integrated into a bigger portal depending on your particular project. Because you put it on the web because you don't really care too much about the workflow details. So it basically ends up being customized depending on what you want to show it on. But the player gives you the basic things like asking for inputs and showing the results and so on. So what is the Taverna platform? Because that's basically the new thing in Taverna 3. Basically, it's a Java API based on OSCE, so we also get the plugin support from there. And the main purpose is to construct and run workflows. Now, I have changed slightly the concept of platform from what it was last year, that I have included in the two language feature, which I think in the workflow language is Scaffold 2, which is an independent format for defining the workflow as a process where you link together the services and so on. And there's an API for creating or consuming those definitions. And similarly for the inputs and outputs, we have API and standards for how those are encapsulated together. And introducing this means it's easier to deal with, say, workflows that gives lots of outputs or that it has complex inputs, because you can deal with it programmatically rather than just lots of files. Then we have the platform API, which deals with execution, where basically you combine these two. You take a workflow definition and you take some inputs, and you send it off to a chosen execution environment, which you will tell you which one it has. And then it will perform the running and give you a status report. And then in the end, you get the data bundle back again with the outputs added into it. And within the platform will be covered all those plugins that will have been loaded in that particular instance. So what is the status of the Taverna platform? Well, we think it is feature complete because it runs workflows fine, and you get all the functionality is there, and we use it already by the command line and workbench in the 3 betas. And most of the activities have been migrated, the Bristol, Regex, part, bean shell, spreadsheet, but some activities have not yet been migrated. So basically those that have been added since 2.4 have not yet been all migrated. Like the command line tool, the interaction, some of them are kind of halfway integrated because there's not finishing a few bits and bobs that remains. Most of the plugin activities have not been migrated, basically because there haven't been a stable release of the Taverna 2 products yet, and they haven't been migrated. But there are some new plugins that have already been built against these APIs. So we also need to simplify the usage for third parties. Like if you're not going to use the server, but you want to use the API currently, you need to make basically you have to write a POM file with 20 dependencies, because you have to specify all the different plugins you want to have included. And so we want to release it as a kind of product that says, I want the standard Taverna platform, I want you to do the normal things and have that easy to use without having to set up all the boilerplate code, basically. So it needs a bit more documentation for that kind of usage. As for all our project, we need to reorganize the source code a tiny bit, because currently this has been developed as a thing independent from the engine, because it is, that's kind of the goal is to force that separation between the engine and the use of the engine. But it means source code wise, it is a bit too far apart. They need to just reorganize, but that shouldn't affect anyone using it. And to write that Taverna server client binding should be pretty straightforward, but it will also be a good test of the actual API, because I will use it to the full extent. Then we have the Taverna command line tree, which executes Taverna 2 and Taverna 3 workflows. Now, it hasn't really changed. The options are pretty much the same. There are a few more options to deal with these bundles, and some things will disappear, like this input document as cloud, because that's the old format that's thrown away. We probably don't want to support that anymore. If there is requirements, we can try to keep it in, but I'm not going to do it. So.
If there's requirements, some off in the code to keep it in.
Exactly. Yes. Don't worry, the code is there, but it's just plumbing to get it in. So what is the status of the command line? Well, we've already done 2 beta releases, and also there will be a third one once to run under the Apache umbrella. We have extensive testing that runs the Taverna workflows in both Taverna 2.5 and 3, but sadly this has shown that it's not quite production ready yet. It does fall over on a few workflows, and we don't want to release it as a stable thing while it's still doing that. So we need to complete those things, fix those bugs. There's some things around HTTPS. The logging is not quite up to it. It does spit out a few more things than it should, and it doesn't tell you about things it should be telling you about it. The configuration of plugins, that needs to be more obvious, so there isn't documentation. That's already been raised to Taverna 2, is how do I install plugin in the command line? Because that is a bit tricky in Taverna 2, and of course in Taverna 3 we want that to be straightforward. And actually it's just about dropping a single file into a folder. We think that is fairly easy. So we hope, but it needs to be documented how to make that happen. And we want to have proper installer or at least packaging like in 2.5, so you can do install it on the different operating systems. Because if you download it today, it's just some shell script launcher. It doesn't have the proper bindings into the operating system. Again, the code needs to be organized. I found 3 different modules which all claim to be to run a command line, and that has to do with one of them being inside OSCE and one outside, and one is the product. And that's a bit confusing. That needs to just be pulled together and then organized a bit more nicely. Especially since the command line is one of the interfaces to the world, it's also one that's more likely to receive more tweets and updates. The Taverna server is capable of running Taverna 2 and Taverna 3 very close remotely. You use the REST and the SOAP API to tell it what to run, what are the inputs, what are the outputs, is it finished. And it also gives you a separation of security because it can use different Unix users underneath. And you can also lock it down, so you can say run only these workflows. Now this capability we have in Taverna 2, and the API of the rest of the Taverna server is almost exactly the same as it is before. The only difference is that now it can also upload Taverna 3 workflows. And this is easy because it is running the command line. So for download, it's an easy change, just change the command line and add a bit more code to parse the workflow inputs and outputs. Well, we want to do a bit more. We want to migrate in the data bundle support so you can export that part of the run. That's already there in Taverna server 2. So we want to make sure that it's still in Taverna 3 when it is now is the core format of Taverna. And longer term, to make it run the Taverna platform directly, this will reduce the startup cost because you would have kind of a Taverna rating already in your start run. So that would be very useful for very short-lived workflows that will start running immediately rather than having to wait for the command line to start. The possibility of alternative workflow execution environments is something we want to address. It's the question of what is inside scope or not there, because we don't want to make Taverna be something that starts managing cloud instances or things like that, but maybe you should be able to talk to something that manages cloud instances. And to make plugin installation something dynamic, something you can control with the API and even with the configuration of the server, so that it is not as much as a hack as you might have to do today to get the Taverna server with the plugin installed. The Taverna Workbench 3 is used for designing and running workflows. If you start it up today, it looks and feels exactly like Taverna 2.5. There's a new button here, there's a button missing, but it looks the same. It's not changed fundamentally in any sense. All the changes are underneath, because we now have a different model underneath, because it uses only the SCUFFLE 2 workflow model, and it uses the platform API for execution. So now basically, the design perspective is using only the abstract workflow model, and the run perspective is only using the platform API. And so that means you have the flexibility of changing where it runs. You, for instance, can design workflows with plugins you don't have, because it's just an abstract box definition. It doesn't care what they are. But still, there needs to be support for each plugin, so we still have this. Say there's a WSDL activity in the engine, then you still need a WSDL activity user interface that knows how to look up the inputs and outputs of the parameters and so on. Yeah.
I don't know if it will come later. What is the main reason for SCUFFLE 2?
What's the main reason for SCUFFLE 2? Well, we found many people who are trying to parse our workflow definitions. The Taverna 2 workflow definitions are in an XML format we call T2 flow, and it's not nice to say that. It is basically a dump in XML of what is the state of the engine, and this comes out of how the Taverna 2 workbench is editing the same structure that you're running. So it has lots of details in it that maybe you don't need, and you basically need to understand the engine to understand that format. Also, it uses a Java XML deserializer library that tries as best as it can to represent the Java structure. So it's not predictable the format you get done. Because if you use this kind of list implementation, it will force that into XML just to make sure it's the same and load it up. But you don't care about that when you're loading the work, when you're inspecting the work. Right? So you want to make it easier to, for instance, to look at the work and say, what are the inputs, what are the outputs, what is the kind of superficial thing of the workflow, who made it, what is the identifier for the workflow. So we make those things in a workflow bundle, which I'll talk more about tomorrow, which is basically a zip file of XML files. So if you only care about the superficial thing, you only need to parse one of those files. Right? If you want to go all the way down to the details of saying exactly which Bristol service are being called by this workflow, there's some other files to look at. Right? But it's a kind of separation of concern. And then we made the API around that that deals with just managing this structure, so you don't have to, I mean, the schemas and documentation, the documentation might need some more work. There is schemas and standards for what is inside there that is not tied to the engine. It's still reflecting the Taverna way of executing workflows. It's not the new workflow language for any workflow system. Right? It defines how the semantics of running a Taverna workflows can be described. And basically, we changed the workbench to use that model instead of the execution model. And that made it much, much lighter. Like, for instance, before, if you loaded one of these big ecological niche modeling workflows that Alan has been working on, it will take like a minute to load, because it's contacting all these services to find out what the parameters and so on. You don't need that just to look at the workflow. All of the information should be in the definition. So in Taverna 3, that should open in just a second. Yeah.
I was just going to make a remark that in Taverna 1 we had Scuffle, and in Taverna 3 we got Scuffle 2.
Yeah.
And in the middle there was Wander down the road.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of different interfaces. Moteur, for example, was another one that was a French platform that used Scuffle 1, still uses Scuffle 1 actually, as its language, and used the Taverna workbench to write a workflow, and a completely different engine underneath it designed French grid system. And it was much easier, those separations made it much easier, so we returned back to this. It also fits a lot, it helps a lot more with Gabriel's work in workflow interoperability, which are a completely self-contained workflow description that you can then interoperate with the workflow.
Yeah, I remember we used to use the even Taverna 2.2 was there, Taverna 2.2 was there, we used 1.7 in order to run
Yes.
workflows for Motor.
Exactly, exactly, because it runs Scuffle 1. Yeah, we kind of, well, if you buy me enough drinks, if you buy the team enough drinks, I'll tell you why. You can go down this route.
We haven't seen the
Yes.
It's Taverna 1 file format was simple and clean, but it left a lot to your imagination. You have to know a lot about what are the deduction I can make from this. For instance, it would say, there's a connection from A to B. It didn't tell you there existed A and B, so you have to find that out yourself. So you often get half a workflow if the service went down because you didn't know more about C and D, because nothing was said about those yet. So we also,
The very last question.
Yeah,
Would it be possible to open
that's what we wanted to follow the advice. Everyone please ask these kind of questions.
because of this backward compatibility also with other workflows?
Yeah.
It would be possible to open, just want to be sure, it would be possible to open T2 flow workflows in the Taverna 3 and save them as Scuffle 2.
Yes, you can do upgrade. Downgrade we haven't implemented. So we have.
You can even do the conversion without opening it in Workbench and say.
Yeah, there's a command and tool, and the API supports that natively. And we do it without an A2 code by just parsing the XML. And I must say that took quite a while to do that properly because it was not so clean what we had before. And Alan's even got one experimental one for doing Scuffle 1, but it is incomplete. But it showed that it's possible to do.
Yes.
And we also have saving to lots of other formats, like the abstract workflow formats, for getting the main information about the workflow out. So you can get an overview of the workflow without having all the other details. So we're also adding capability to load, save, and share workflow runs. So basically, a workflow run becomes a file, and that is the data bundle, which, because now we have the data bundle, there's no reason why not to support sending it around. And so we're expecting this to be something you can just upload to my experiment and then someone else can load it up and they can look at it as if it had been run on their machine, because it will contain all the information. And we can go in and see the intermediate values of the previous one, even from a different machine. And in particular, it's not just sharing between you as a person, but between the different instances you have. Like you run it on the command line or on the server. Now you say, oh, that's a bit odd, the results. Well, let's load it up in the workbench and see what was really going on. Right? So you can do the kind of after the fact analysis of the workbench. So what is the status? So we can open Taverna 2 and 3 workflows, and you can run them as long as there is the corresponding plugin for that workflow, not for that activity. It's feature complete in the sense for workflow design and run, but there are some bits and bobs missing. There are some main feature missing, and there are some more exotic feature missing that we think we're not going to want to move across. So that's kind of a decision to make. What is it should be included or not. Like in this Taverna 3 workbench that you get now, if you build it from source code or download the beta, my experiment perspective is not there. Right? Because we found we spent so much time replicating the website that we're not sure if that is really useful. We think maybe just a smaller, particularly with the component support, we have that way of loading up components, so maybe that is not so much needed anymore. But that is open for suggestion if someone wants to port that across. It's just a matter of changing which model it uses for opening the workflow.
Yes, I mean, the alternative is to see what can be done on my experiment side, for example,
Yeah.
to be able to talk to people.
Yeah, and so several of these things we have made now also can make it easier for things on my experiment, because it's at the moment it has been pulling out workflow metadata through various different means, and now it should be hopefully easier for it to also edit that metadata. And the biocatalog perspective, we have not put that in. That's just a matter of effort. There's no conceptual reason why it couldn't go in. We have some new perspective already, the bio-SVR perspective, which you have later. I don't know if you want to do it today or tomorrow, we can still the schedule. No? Yeah, we think we'll do it tomorrow. We also feel the kind of making it as a downloadable product is not quite there. This is just got a little shelf pilot launcher. So Taverna 2.5 did also effort in making it work out of the box. So we bundled Java inside. We made sure that GraphWiz was included for all the operating systems. We made installer for the different operating systems. And we need to just update that work to make sure that also works with Taverna 3, so that you can get the more smooth starting experience. And as I said, we want to move from having all the different editions, bioinformatics, astronomy, and so on, to just rather be some kind of question you get when you start off, saying how do you like to customize Taverna, and then download those plugins into the market. And then it means, of course, we need to figure out what is part of being that customization. Is it just a list of plugins, or do we need some configuration in there as well? Some of the user interface needs simplification. Iteration, strategy, editing, people still find that a bit difficult. So we want to, that UI would need some work to be simpler, maybe with less options available. Maybe you only have the most obvious ones available immediately, and then you have to click an advanced button to do something else. Something that Donald's already been thinking about is how to create an SD workflow component from parts of a workflow, because we already have that in Taverna 2 for the components where you select, I want set A, B, and C to be taken out of this workflow, collapsed into a box, and that's a capability we want to move across to Taverna 3, but on a general basis and not just for components. And I mentioned this thing about looking at the results of the data bundles. Well, it should be fairly easy to make that as a standalone data viewer. You don't need the rest of the workbench to do that. So is that worth doing? Is that something we should explore? To have kind of Taverna data viewer. We actually have that in Taverna 1, but we never saw many people using it. But maybe now with the server and command line, that is a bit more something that is interesting. and of course bug fixes. I think Christian has wants to show the workbench. Yeah, he's got it on his machine. I had to reboot the Windows to get to Google Plus to work.
Try to do the contrary what I normally do. Normally I spend my It's actually one downloaded. I think the snapshot from 2 days ago. So the command line is extremely live code that I've just taken, and so the first workflow is going to show. They're all basically from the starter pack, so you may well be familiar with them. Is the simple gbif retrieval, and you see it's actually, maybe by your standards, not a particularly complicated workflow, but it is one with workflows inside workflows. So,
What does it do?
What does it do?
Yeah, I'll let you upload it.
Yeah.
You need a mouse. Yeah, connect.
Standard mouse is So, actually, to run a workflow from the command line is extremely simple. You basically just, it's a bit come out a bit small here, but the first line you basically just have to say, well, where's the bat file that I'm going to run? So the workflow bat. There's also an SH file in the same place, so you just create a shell script. Second one is you just have to say, well, where's the workflow? In this case, I'm actually going to download the workflow straight from my experiment. I don't even have to have a local copy of the workflow. And then, in this case, I'm just going to add one input value. That's Alan's favorite species. We're going to do the mammat. And so all I do is run the bat file. You can also do it in the command line and type it. So it's all it does is it picks the workflow, pick the bat file, and it just runs the workflow bat file with the input parameter of the input value and the input parameter of the.
You see this logging that I want to get rid of.
Just wanted to.
They finished.
So it has finished, and you'll just get an output folder. And in this case, it has a single output, which is a text file with lots of interesting information about mammals. Not that
About mammals? Why France is there?
What? Because the server told us that.
This is a problem they find in biodiversity. They ask them, where are the known occurrences of this species? And it includes those that have been in glass in a museum for 100 years. And those that are living in the ocean.
So the second one I wanted to show is a very simple little multiple choice quiz. Again, this uses the J option pane to pop up a couple of things. Just wanted to show that yes, you can actually use these kind of workflows from the command line as well. Again, it's simple to just pick the bat file, pick the workflow, and remember there's no inputs for this one at run. We'll just go back up to that. and just it'll start up again. One thing to watch out for when if you're using workflows with inputs from the command line, if you're doing anything else while waiting for it to come up, it will hide the little pop-up. So you've got to be careful there. Sometimes, so like this one here, if I looked at a web page in the meantime, this would hide behind my, it could easily hide behind my web page. So you do sometimes have to minimize everything to look for. So who knows what color bean shells are in Taverna? Social experiments, it's my experiments. The gray lines with the circle are control flows, and we use the catalog. And again, it's quite simple workflow, finish very quickly. An interesting thing actually about this multiple choice quiz is that there are various outputs. So it's created a folder inside each of the outputs is its own thing. So you can look at them, not particularly interesting, it just gives you the answers one more time. The third one I want to show you was the spreadsheet importer, because that shows that we've got that bit. That's one of the plugins that actually is working in the command line in Taverna 3. In this case, we're going to just take the value from the actual data on my experiment. So we're just using the URL value to bring it in, reading it, and then we're producing a pretty little picture. Now, interesting, this one I've run before, so there already is a folder, spreadsheets. There is already a results folder there. So I'll show you what actually happens if you run the same workflow a second time. I haven't shown you the actual bat file, but it's the exact same thing again. Sets the workflow, sets the bat to run it, and then just runs it.
So what are those workflows, Taverna 2 or Taverna 3 workflows now?
That is a very good question, because in the second case, the multiple choice quiz, I was taking it from file as a T2. In this case, I've actually used a WF bundle. So in this case, in the third one, I'm actually using a T3 workflow. So I've actually mixed the two. I've used T2 workflows, T3 workflows, and for the command line, it makes absolutely no difference. It just reads them and knows which one of the two it's looking at. So in this case, because I already had one, it's created a second output folder, _1, and if you run it 20 times, it'll just keep creating new folders.
You can override that folder name if you know in advance where you want.
Yeah. Now, unlike the workbench, the command line is not as good at figuring out what kind of output it is. So it never puts an ending on. So sometimes the easiest way is just to rename it. In this case, I happen to know it's a PNG. And then if I click it from Windows, it'll open straight up. If you know what it is, you can also open the graphics tool first and then open the file. That's up to you. So that's just a picture, but does show that the spreadsheet import and things is all working fine. Now, just to remind you guys, there's the Taverna 2.5 workbench. That's actually the first one we did. The Taverna 3, in the case of the workbench, I'm actually using the alpha version of the workbench from April, which can be found at this website. If you just Google Taverna Workbench 3, it'll come straight up to this page. And it's basically from here, you have to get the zip file, and then you just, again, you run it's a bat file. You have to tell it where to find docs, because GraphViz isn't included. But other than that, so I've already started one up. So looks quite similar to the other one. Just a word of warning, this alpha release is basically based on Taverna 2.4. So we are currently working on importing all of the upgrades in 2.5 into the workbench as well. This one is still 2.4, so if you see some of the last improvements missing, that's why. They will be there, they just haven't been put in yet. So, there is no, as Stian mentioned earlier, there is no My Experiment perspective or something like that, but you still can use the import from URL button, which I've done previously, to grab a workflow from My Experiments. In this case, I've taken a T2 workflow, one of our favorite workflows for testing. I hope the comment that comes out today is still appropriate. It hadn't changed as of an hour ago, but you know, it's very appropriate.
Should you mention the tabs that are different?
Well, I was going to do that. So now if I open the new workflow, if I go back to design and open the new workflow, you actually see that where Taverna 2 kind of hid all the workflows underneath each other, here there's already a tab system implemented, so they can do it. So
you still have the menu there if you have.
You still have
if you have loads open.
You still have the old-fashioned menu here. So to get a very simple.
What is also different is the nested workflow will appear inside the same tab, so you will not have those cluttering the window list anymore.
And for the rest, it all looks extremely similar. When you do save as, it will save it as about 3. As Stian said, at the moment there isn't the ability to save as.
No, we're not planning to add it, but I mean,
if somebody wants to add it,
you can do it, but only for whatever you want to support of activities.
So I can save that. And I can run it.
And it's important to say because of the forward compatibility, you can also design your workflow in Taverna 2 and run it in Taverna 3.
I mean, right? The first one was the Taverna 2 straight from the Taverna 2.5 starter pack.
But that link is going to break as soon as you have a Taverna 3 plugin only, right? Because it doesn't exist in Taverna 2.
Yeah. And for example, the third workflow I showed from the command line, I'd opened it from My Experiments here, saved it as a WF bundle, and then ran it from the command line. So that's about all I was going to show. Specific questions.
The file open workflow run, does that try that?
Yeah, file.
No, the last one.
No, that didn't work at the moment. So if I do, let's see. The exact same one we had before.
Well, code-wise, this is still different now, because I don't know if you made your own perspective in Taverna, you have to kind of drag each of these bits in and put them in there. And we removed that capability because no one actually did it for themselves, I think. But so now that is just done in normal Java code, that you say, I want this thing to open that in the bottom, and you can no longer swap them around. So we've removed a bit of flexibility to make it easier to make a view in the first place.
And one of the things that's cleanup that's still going on is that in the OSCE world, they very much like you to only call other packets using APIs, never actually import the implementation. You actually only in your code you're using the APIs, and then you ask OSCE to bring in the last thing, which is nice because you don't have to have exactly implementation 6.2.5 in the factory. You just tell it, for this API, use this implementation. So the implementation can actually be newer than the code that depends on it. Which especially for plugin writers is nice, because you just say, I'm expecting there to be an implementation of this, and I expect there to be an implementation of this. You write your plugin completely against the API, and you're not worried, are you bringing in the implementation that happens to be in the workbench. Yeah.
In the result perspective, there was always this list on the left of all the workflows that I run.
Yeah, we haven't added a list because we have tabs of those now, but
in case in case I close Taverna now and open it again,
Yeah.
I will still have
Well,
that
there's
in my.
basically we've changed those to from being self-contained within Taverna. Each of them now is just a file. So you basically use the button which Christian said didn't work. This is an older build. The nightly build will work to do that, where you can, and it shows the folder because it just saves them. No matter, even if you didn't ask for it, it will save them in that
Most of
folder.
these I haven't actually saved, so it just is there. But
Yeah.
in the release I'm showing today, it wasn't opening, so.
And you can figure that to switch up.
That's the test arm. We don't have to leave. Okay.
I don't know. Katie wants to know if you could turn off the automatic saving at every workflow bundle.
It will be more of a case of turning on automatic deletion because it will be saved while you're running, but you would want it to be deleted afterwards. But as you might remember in Taverna 2, you would occasionally get problem when you had been running hundreds of workflows because they would all be listed.
Yeah.
And basically, it's because they're all there in the database and it would be accessed by Taverna. In Taverna 3, they're not accessed until you actually open it. So it's more a matter of managing your files. But having an automatic cleanup probably is a good idea anyway.
So you said it will be saving it while running.
Sorry?
As soon as you run it, it saves it.
It will be saving it while running.
Well, basically, while it's running, you have a kind of incremental data bundle.
Okay, so would it be, I mean, now the
But
difficult question for me
yeah.
would be really great as possible. Would it be possible to pause it, move the run file to another machine, and run it from there further?
In theory, that could be done, but that would be
As a checkpoint.
Exactly.
It would
Like,
require
pause
a
it
fair
from
bit
this
of
machine,
work.
move it somewhere else,
Yeah.
migrate it to the cloud, run it there, pause it there, migrate it to another machine, run it there.
In theory, but it needs some work because you need to we haven't got the code to because we have disconnected this view here it's not using the engine anymore, right? It's using just the data bundle and the workflow report from the platform API. So it's just looking at this kind of the end result of the workflow.
So if you move both,
But
the bundle and the data bundle together.
The data bundle contains the workflow as well as a copy for provenance reasons. So you can see which workflow is run. That's how the picture can come up again. But it doesn't contain the state of the engine, right? Because each activity could have its own internal state that it might need to run the workflow up to that point to get to that state. So to do that moving, you have to do a kind of replay of the first bit with fake results in order to get iterations to the same point.
I see.
So that's the difficulty. If a process has completely finished, it's easier. But if it's done like halfway through processing a list, now you have to get the engine to the same point by kind of pretend iterating up to that point. And that is something we've been wanting to play with because it's a good use of the provenance, especially also for repeated runs, because if you know the service is going to return the same, you don't want to necessarily call the service again. So it's basically it's a version of that, where you could use the data bundle as a kind of cache for replaying. And it could just, basically you run the first bit of the workflow in 5 seconds and then go to that way. But we have not written that code.
Yeah.
No. That was playing on the engine side. It was ideas like that meant that we had the older design, but actually doing it is a bit harder when you have state all over the place. Now that we have a cleaner separation, it should be easier to do that kind of playback.
So would it be possible, or would it be supported as such?
If you want to help with trying out, I think it could be very interesting. I personally would be interested in trying out.
Yeah,
but
I would be interested. You know that why I'm asking that.
Yeah.
I mean, this is about moving the workflow to the data.
Yeah,
rather than
yeah.
moving it to the workflow.
Yeah. Actually, you mean you always would do it, like you would run first bit one place, the next bit another place. So.
Yeah, exactly. Running the first bit on my machine here, where I have the raw data, and take only the results of that, which I need to run with another data somewhere else. and then run it there, and then.
You have many more options now because you know in advance.
So
you're gonna
something,
do
so
it.
it's just a
So
scenario that.
you could structure your workflow so you have one nested workflow running in one machine and the other on the other. And if you use Taverna server on both sides and you use the platform API, we could think about rather changing the nested workflow activity to say run this workflow somewhere else, so that the workflow would always run it somewhere else. That could be a more interesting approach. Maybe.
Yeah,
I mean,
also
to move it mid-air is very cool and interesting, but
yeah,
it's also more difficult.
It's also, you know, like I will show some later, I mean, sometimes our workflow is getting a lot of hits, a lot of queries, and then need to move it to another server to run it.
I see, but you don't want to stop the one you have.
Yeah. So, and it always takes a long time, and it's just like I cannot predict it.
So if you've been playing it in the workbench, when you click the pause or stop button, it doesn't do it like that, because you have to wait for all the ongoing calls in order to do like a slow shutdown. So it's almost like stopping a big factory. You have to wait for each machine to finish what they're doing, so they're not breaking something.
I see. Interesting.
But that's probably a discussion point we can put up for later. I think there's several good interested in that. So we can call it new workflow one or partial rerun. That's what we've been calling it before. The partial rerun will also cover things like I have 1,000 data points, but I have 5 new ones today. Can you rerun just on the 5 ones and on whatever is implicated by adding that? Right?
Yeah.
I was writing about that about 7 years ago.
Questions from there?
Yeah, questions still there.
There's an XKCD script for that, isn't there? There's an XKCD script for that, isn't there? The one with the park in the bird.
But now it's really better position
Yes.
to know exactly what's in there and what's not.
Yeah.
That is a critical thing.
The idea is less scary than it was 7 years ago.
And having a code base that makes it easier to do a kind of more like research grade hacking in a way to I think is essential as well. I think before people like researchers who've been looking at Taverna, they've only been looking at it from the outside because they haven't dared changing much of the inside to try something out. But if it is more of an open development where you can create your own branch and see what happens, the possibilities are kind of more accessible.
Yeah, but it's also, I mean, I understand that, but from our point of view, it's also a huge code. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, I had students sitting there, for 10 months trying to hack something. I mean, he managed in the end, but it took him, I think, first 6 months just like looking into the code to understand how to add things. So it is a huge code.
Most of it is not relevant to what you want to do.
It's a great product. But,
this is the point that you make, which is, a kind of how do you navigate your way through code? Because yes, most of this is relevant. How would you know that? Right? You have to know everything to know what you need to know. So I think this is into the documentation as well that we might want to add to the discussion list, which is how do you cut down the search space of code space so that your PhD student only need to look at a portion of the code rather than 100%. Yeah, I agree. And that's not so much, that's not code, that's writing. That's explanation.
So some of that, I think at the moment the code is organized so that it is difficult to document it correctly. So Steve was saying, however many GitHub repositories.
Yes, because most of the structure now it was catered for being the possibility for us to do releases and updates in the old plugin system. And actually, in the way we did it, in the end, we couldn't do it as we intended because there were a bit too many interdependencies the way it was done.
Right.
and we still released monoliths, and it could have been one big one.
So that means that we need to go back to addressing that issue. So this is.
Yeah, so I think that's a good thing to take very early on now that we're proposing the new structure, because then you should kind of try these things. So someone who doesn't know the code, you give them like a clue, so saying, how do you, I don't know, change the text of some button? I mean, that's easy for most people thinking grep, but they still should be able to understand where are they in code when they're finding that place. And are you able to change it and see it live on your machine? Right? Because that's the second step that people have had, that they've managed to change the code, but then how do I put it together into my own build of the workbench where that actually happens?
This is a critical thing for the next phase.
Yeah.
The OSCE forces you to use using APIs everywhere, not APIs sometimes, implementation directly other times, and things like that. But on the other side, if you just got APIs, it's to get the what's actually doing the API can be harder to find. So.
But this is why it's feasible to do this now, whereas before it's too difficult to do that, and now we should continue on this track. We should not lose the momentum.
Part of the cleanup, isn't it, to get the APIs in one place and the implementation somewhere else, so see much cleanup.
Actually, wonder could you actually have like a deactivated template that you could almost a person could go in and see that just a piece of code they're not going to change. You know, one comment here, change the here, and then in the config file, sort of activate that template so they can immediately get to burn up and see their implementation. I don't know if there's such a thing as templates, I guess, it's like, I'd be working. If you wanted to try to teach the user to change particular customizations. You're all talking about changing certain little components or text here and there, or a little GUI, or you actually have some already pre-built templates in there.
Yeah, and so that you would, it's basically by example. So then, it's a bit like when you actually stand up a new wiki. You go to steal somebody else's and it can't fill that form. So you only have to, and that speaks to the question about, well, you don't have to go and look at everything. The stuff you don't need to do is already done.
Yeah, so you have little widgets in
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's partially done for the activity archetypes. So you basically have the skeleton to fill in. That makes any sense.
Yeah, I think I sort of did that a little bit with the plugins. So some of the plugins, where I just sort of download what other people have done with plugins. The only thing was that some of those plugins were pretty complicated at times, and I was probably wanting something very basic and simple.
Yeah.
In fact, what you want is a series of simple ones, don't you? And then you get more complicated. So can we're making a list of things to discuss in the next phase. This is a kind of a sort of stepwise pre-configured template, isn't it? Yeah.
Templates, maybe, templates plugins or something like that.
Something that allows you to. Something that allows you to do less, the least.
You need something similar to the plugin activity archetype.
Yeah, that's right. I guess that's something like that.
Yeah, I mean, part of what we had is that we had quite extensive documentation how to add an activity, but not really for doing anything else in the workbench, right? So that's, I guess, also why we've seen most of the effort there into that. I think we're going to start on the lighting talks now. Let me just go through the list first, so we know who's here. I think everyone is here, but just to remind people that they're to give their little talk. Okay. We have this list. We don't have to do it in this order. I suggest you do Vadim first, if that's okay, because he's using Google Hangout in from Moscow, so he can do his bit first, and then we have Kevin, yeah, Mr. Shield, and we have Yassine as well, and we have Gabor, okay today, yeah, and Pinar. Now, we've said 5 minutes, but yeah. This is particularly a good challenge for the scientists, right?
1 hour talk yesterday, 20
Yeah.
minutes, it's impressive.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in an hour. So it means you could push it to 10 minutes, but we have to have room for questions as well. Now, we don't need to take too many questions because we have the second part afterwards where we'll do discussion and we can just put things on here to discuss afterwards. If we run over, we can see if anyone volunteers to move to Friday because we have more time on Friday. But I think we'll try to stick to the 5 to 10 minutes each.
We've also got the 2 hour gap between.
What, tomorrow?
No.
2 hour gaps. Oh, before the dinner. Yeah, that's less.
Yeah.
I don't know what we're doing in those there. Okay, so I think we'll start with Vadim. He's going to appear on the screen here now, I think. We'll see if we can get him in. Change the camera, I think. Cameraman. He's not in the screen. He's change this. But when we tried this yesterday, we didn't have the YouTube streaming on, so that's probably why it makes it harder to add him in. I think we'll just do it separately.
Do you know when the coffee's coming again, guys?
Meant to be 3 o'clock schedule.
Okay.
Here.
Oh, is he there? Okay, we can have coffee while this is coming in. Let's just do that. Do it on Skype and then it should work.
Sorry about that.